They are, yep. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Are we are we live?
We are live. Do you want to mute the other two mics? Go over.
Yeah, sure. I can mute the other two mics. Let's see, where are we at? For those of you just joining, welcome to Launch Canada Stream 2024, Day 5. That's right, we made it this far. We're not quite at 1,000 subscribers, so we're starting to fear for our lives here. But you know.
So, do you want to give the quick wait? Actually, hang on. So, York is integrating at the moment.
York is integrating at the moment.
So they have the booster on the rail.
You can see the booster on the rail there.
And the sustainers should be going on shortly.
And the sustainers should be going on shortly.
And BSS is giving it their best shot there on site assembling their rocket.
And BSS is going to give it their best shot on the solids pad today. But we do not have any launches. We do also have Brendan's certification flight that he's aiming for. You can see the rocket in front of us. Is that your L2 cert? L3. Car L3. Ooh, that is next level. We're excited. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Simon, but I think McGill is also aiming, gonna give it their best shot today too. Unclear on that, but we'll see. TBD on McGill. And then was there also? Oh, hi, Aaron. Oh, hi, Aaron. How's it going? Aaron is one of our other streamers, other live stream loonies. He's doing some behind the scenes work today, so he's not on site. All right, cool. Oh, look, good morning. Any updates? Which team launched? Yes. So there are no teams have launched just yet. But we're looking at an earthquake right now from the advanced pads, or someone's just having a fun time with the camera. Oh, looks like they're pouring themselves some water. Some good mixture there. Don't forget your H2O, folks. Speaking of H2O, Brendan, did you know that dihydrogen monoxide is, 100% of people who consume it, they die.
Thanks, Nico.
I think it's the same for like 100% of people that eat T-Tem die too.
T-Tem? What? What's T-Tem?
Or triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane.
What are those?
Hydrofluoric liquid. Makes rocket engines with a green flash.
Yes. Is the weather going to be good even for teams to launch today? Well, I'm no weatherman, but there are some clouds up above us. It's
supposed to get cloudier around 11.
It's supposed to get cloudier around 11.
So we're very much working against the weather today, but right now it seems like everything's okay.
We're working against the weather today, but so far so good. I'm pretty sure that it's catching everything you're saying, and I'm just echoing it. It makes me look very sophisticated, I'm sure. Sound like what is it? Sean Connery. You know, very sophisticated. Yeah. I'm gonna mess around on the ukulele. Oh, I see. Oh no, that's the same question from earlier. Okay, let's go. Oh, good luck with the launch, Brendan. That's coming in from Aaron VDE. That's got to be short for something, I'm sure. Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate that. Are there any updates from BSS? They're going to do their best to launch today, but we will keep you posted as we receive any more updates. but nothing from them yet. They are on site, so they're definitely doing last minute integration. You know, it's funny. When you're talking about last minute, when you're making new editions of the when you're doing new editions of the like a document for documents, you want to definitely use revisions. Any word from McGill? I haven't heard anything yet from McGill today, but they're going to be on site and they're going to give it their best shot. Good luck to York U Arbalist. Yes. Freebird. Okay, I will look it up. No promises. This is gonna sound terrible. Freebird, yeah. You know that one? Okay.
You have to demonstrate.
Yeah. Well, it's not gonna go well, but I've been. Yeah, please. Yeah, for sure. Oh God, I was hoping that I muted myself there. I am so sorry. All right, yeah, I'll scooch on over. Hello. Any updates from you, Ottawa, there, Keith?
One moment.
No problem.
Oh, I'm tangled now.
I think Disney made a movie about that.
This is like rocketry tangled now.
There we go.
Updates from Ottawa. Am I muted?
Yes. There you go. Now you are unmuted.
Updates from Ottawa. We flew. It was recovered.
Nice.
It was a normal recovery, actually. It was pretty much in a tree, like 10 steps from the road, which was a very easy recovery.
Nice.
And then they had to just grab a big pole to bring her down. But they made the mistake of painting the body. So the target altitude was 50,000 feet, and the objective was to try to break the Canadian high altitude record with a Singer COTS motor, and it's currently held by a CARB member, which is 49,000 feet.
Oh wow.
And we were targeting like 50, 51. However, the paint and the vinyl like sheared and scraped off. It looked like 10 grit sandpaper.
Oh jeez.
And we suspect, they suspect that that had a significant impact on their on drag, to the extent that it was dropped down to 38,000 feet, which is just heartbreaking.
Oof.
But it was a fully nominal flight, and the parachutes that I sewed completely worked.
Nice.
We had telemetry mostly all the way up and all the way down, so we're pretty happy with that.
That's really good. I really appreciate how they were announcing the telemetry every like 5 minutes.
Yes.
During their flight yesterday.
Yes, I made sure that. So we essentially have a very complicated ground control station. There's a server setup, and essentially broadcasts to 6 laptops that's showing various telemetry, live telemetry. And I asked them to make call-outs of important data that LCO would likely be asking anyways.
Nice.
So I'm glad I did that.
Yeah, no, that was really good. It was a massive antenna that they had on the back of the truck there. It looked like Warthog from Halo. So that was
we actually had 6. I think we had 4 antennas. So we had two Yagis. One was for the COTS onboard. Sorry, an SRAD onboard flight computer, Hydra, which is a third iteration of last year's, but this is like 10 centimeters boards that are stackable, and they each have their own role. That had its own antenna, and then we had a featherweight that had its own antenna, and then we had 2 more as backups as well. Wow. And they all came in handy because throughout the flight, one would lose contact, and the other would pick it up, and the other would lose contact, and another would pick it up. So we had contact all the way through the flight, but not with the same antenna.
Well, that's wild. And the antennas, they didn't interfere with each other?
No, they didn't. One was on dipole mode, and the
Okay.
other one was on single pole mode,
Oh,
which was
okay.
done intentionally.
Nice.
And that way we were able to just focus the beams, since we could aim it precisely and just hold it there.
Interesting. So they were all directional antennas that you
They were all directional antennas.
That's impressive that you guys were able to track it that much. That's that's really good.
Let's turn
Well,
that around. I don't think we can see this
there
lovely
you go.
rocket.
For you folks in Ottawa who can appreciate the transit, I think I've overheard the owner of this rocket saying that it's this rocket is what did he say, over time and over budget?
Yes, it has a lot of similarities with the actual O-Train service. It's over time, over budget. It sort of works and decides when it wants to work.
And for legal reasons, that is a joke.
Yes, don't want to get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
So, how many viewers do we have on our channel watching right now?
I cannot count right now, but it looks like we have a few comments. Hello from Ottawa. Well, hello from Timmins.
Oh no, you can't say hello until she subscribes.
Oh, true. Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
It's tremendously important that you subscribe. Otherwise, our lovely live stream team may not be employed this coming year, and I kind of like them.
Yeah. We're doing our best. Ooh, someone's walking in front of the camera at the advanced. So we're still working on counting how many viewers we have. Stay tuned.
I hope that was live.
I think it might have picked up on
On
Kim's
mine.
mic, but
It was almost as bad as a rocket.
yeah, we actually dubbed over the coughing there. Holy schmoly, we have 5,000. No, kidding. We oh, still working.
Have you already answered the question of whether we'll have good weather today for a launch?
Yeah, we answered it a bit briefly earlier, but do you want to give a new summary considering the sun's now coming out?
Yeah. I was told by our launch control officer that we will likely only be able to fly until noon, and afterwards the weather will be bad enough that you just tear up and go home.
Yeah.
And
So in that case, if for you viewers at home who are waiting to view in the afternoon, come on now for the morning stream, because after that's all. And hopefully we'll have 1,000 subscribers by then, so that we can come back again next year. Nope, but it looks like we have a solid 27 viewers.
27.
There we go. Solid 27. Oh, 28. There we
28.
go.
We're
Let's
making
go.
progress.
Someone's having internet issues. That's what's happening. That, or they just they really love it when the sun comes out. Oh, look at that. 29.
29.
I guess
We're
they
making
like my
progress.
humor, yeah, we're doing great. Can we get to 30? If we keep rambling, it'll manifest itself.
Brendan,
Oh, no, down to 28.
Oh, no.
Not happening. There we go. Oh, done. Oh, thank you so much, Dodie Allen. We appreciate you.
Awesome.
Hello from Timmins to you in Ottawa. Have you skated on the canal before? And
many times.
yeah?
It's I make it a requirement to do at least 100 kilometers every year.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
But it's kind of hard to do when it's up closed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's that. Have you? Are you
Yeah.
from Ottawa?
No, but I went to Carleton with these.
Oh, exciting.
These guys. That's how the shenanigans begin.
You are a very goofy team, and I love
yes.
that about your team.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I remember in 2019 the U Ottawa Rocket was it was very simple, and it seemed like nothing could go wrong for them. So it was, equal respect and appreciation for
Yes,
the
thank
folks
you.
at U Ottawa. As much of a rivalry that we have, you know, there's always love in Ottawa. So.
I think it's more of a collaboration at this point than it is a rivalry.
I mean, you guys let us use your composites
Yes,
for that whole
we
2019.
yeah.
We still appreciate that.
I think our lab still has a couple of your tubes still sitting by, so
really?
maybe come get them.
Yeah.
Unless you want to donate them to someone.
There you go. So if you're part of the Carleton team, you should definitely stop by U Ottawa to pick up the body tubes from like 5 years ago. Oh,
What?
okay. Apparently they're not our tubes because Brendan said 5 years ago he inquired about it. So, but that would be fun.
It would be very funny.
If you send me a picture of them, I can probably.
They're really nice tubes, so maybe I'll just lie and keep them.
They're really nice tubes. We definitely didn't make them. Our tubes were like wrinkly that year, so.
Nico, why were our tubes wrinkly?
Yeah, why were our tubes?
Yeah, do
I
tell
don't
us about
know,
that.
As the former manufacturing lead at Carleton University Aerospace, do you want to go into why our tubes were wrinkly?
Yes. So, you know, I'm gonna do like every good leader and prime minister, president does, and every good new leader always blames it on the previous administration. Uday, we love you. But yeah, no, it was actually the following year that I claimed manufacturing's lead, and correct me if I'm wrong, Simon, but I think the tubes were pretty smooth that year. Were they not? I think we came up with some pretty smooth nose cone manufacturing too.
I would not agree with that statement.
No, that was the COVID year. So, you know, if you don't try, you won't fail. No. Don't.
That's
take
a quote right there.
Yeah, don't take that advice, folks. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yeah. No.
You can't fail if you don't try.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's actually a quote from the movie Robots. I actually watched it like less than a month ago. It was a pretty good movie, actually. They have Robin Williams and they have Ewan McGregor. Funny enough, who plays Rodney, I think is his name. But yeah, I that movie like quietly slaps. Appreciate you guys setting up the stream. Wishing everyone best of luck. And get home safe. Yes, thank you. I hope I get home safe too.
Brendan's got a bit of a trip ahead of him.
Yeah, Brendan's
Where you
got
headed?
a bit of a trek. So we drove in from Toronto, but Brendan also flew in from Germany.
Oh
'cause he's
right,
working
yes.
At Rocket Factory Augsburg, RFA, based in Augsburg, Deutschland, which is in Germany, for you English-speaking folks out there. And,
Well, you see, kids, these little rockets can lead you to building the big boy stuff.
Yes. Yeah, it's never a dull moment. So yeah, I think it was like 9-ish hours drive.
That's fun.
How long was the drive, or did you fly in from Ottawa?
I drove to Toronto and then I drove up to Timmins.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I came up with our LCO.
Nice. Chris?
So I've been here probably longer than anyone else.
Oh jeez. Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate your service.
I didn't realize how much I knew that it took a lot to organize a competition like this, but now I've actually seen it firsthand because I've been here.
Oh yeah.
When we were here, very little of this was bulldozed, and we had to essentially coordinate that, and that was fun.
Yeah, that's insane. So where all did you guys bulldoze? Because I figure you guys definitely bulldozed all the way to the solids pad.
Yep.
And then to that gravel road. You guys didn't bulldoze the gravel road there? You guys, and then you also did did you do the advanced pad too? Or?
So at the advanced and statics pad, all there was at the time was just a very one-lane narrow road.
Oh jeez.
And a whole bunch of shrubs on the side, and those were all bulldozed and flat. And I'm sure we have a stream from there, but where they're currently standing, there were bushes.
Jeez.
And now it's just sand.
It's crazy too, like that sand is there. I would have expect dirt or something, but you guys didn't lay down the sand after.
No. So we have a geologist in our amidst the volunteer team, and I asked him to go investigate what the heck's going on, and turns out the area we're currently in, well, it's part of the Canadian Shield, but about 40,000 years ago, when there was a glacial retreat, there used to be lakes here, but as the glacier retreated, it carved away all the soil, the topsoil, and the only thing left was the sedimentary sand from the lakes, and that's what we're standing on now. So if you do a little bit of scavenging, you can actually find fossils. On my first day, I found a shell, a fossil, which is pretty awesome.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Speaking of fossils, it was really interesting when I went down to the University Rover Challenge back in May. We actually we drove up to site, and then we drove a little bit further, and we found like a whole like site that a paleontologist was digging up.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was like a stegosaurus tail that was just sticking out of the ground. It was wild. Let me see if I can find some photos.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was wild.
Did you ask him if you could help? And then you could claim you've helped dig up an archaeology site.
Well, he didn't really want us like touching it, but
fair enough.
We definitely.
He didn't want your dirty engineering hands on his science.
Did I what? Lick it.
See, this is why we're not allowed near the archaeology sites.
Interesting.
Simon is currently asking if he licked the fossil.
I think that is an absurd question, but
it's a valid question, though.
Yeah, well, yes. And Simon was saying too that if you lick the bone, apparently it sticks.
What do you mean it sticks? Like your tongue sticks to it?
Yeah, like a pole in like a metal pole in the winter. Is that correct, Simon? Not quite.
But it's definitely tacky.
Ah, okay. It's tacky, but it's not quite that strong.
Royal Museum, did they not teach that to you?
No.
Come on. From Heller, man.
I know.
Someone has said AGB. AGB. Would you like to explain what that means?
AGB. I think is that not arbalist?
Oh, that might be right. We'll answer that after you subscribe. That's currently a requirement for questions.
Yeah. Otherwise, we're not coming back next year.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately. It's for our safety, unfortunately.
and not by choice.
Just off camera to my left, Simon, one of our live stream crew.
He's pumping up a tire there, and I don't know if we want to discuss much about the tire.
Okay.
It's
Let's not talk about that. Okay.
Yes. Other.
That's for later.
Activities. Yes. Stay tuned. And sorry, I am Oh, here it is. So this is like a little picture of the.
Oh wow.
And that's the.
Whoa.
That's the bone itself.
That's so cool.
I will. You know what I'll do? I think I'll try commenting it on the actual YouTube because I don't have a connection from my phone to the stream.
That's a shame.
So we'll see what we can do here.
So, Brendan, would you like to tell us the technical setup required to make this live stream happen? I'm really curious about that.
Yeah. So myself, we have way too many tripods. Funny enough.
I only see one.
Yeah. The others are kind of packed away, but it was just, when you're packing for a trip, like the night before, you pack like, maybe one pair of underwear and you pack like 20 sweaters or something that you don't necessarily need. So definitely something that we want to plan more for in the future. You definitely do not need to lick Akeef. Oh, lick everything, Akeef. Okay.
But what if I want to?
I think you need consent for that, but
well, I was mostly thinking of things. I don't know what you're thinking about, Brendan.
Yes, no, of course. I want
to lick a fossil.
A fossil, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyways,
probably not a good time to give a shout out to the grandparents in the audience out there, but we still appreciate you, and we appreciate over the past week we've discussed a little bit. A few teams have given shout out to their moms, so it's always good to see family joining in on stream.
Neil, are you from Space Concordia? Can you tell us what's happening out there?
Yeah, I don't think I saw Concordia doing any sort of launching
No.
at this event. I know that they're big into they were big into satellites. I know, like, my final year of university,
Mhm.
we lent our CubeSat ground station to them, or we were planning to it. I hope we did. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Concordia folks. But yeah, they're miles ahead with their
Wow.
CubeSat. I think Alberta Sat launched shortly thereafter. I'm not sure of any other satellite teams that have launched since then, but if I hear anything, I will let you folks know.
Does Even Space have a CubeSat program?
No, but it was a fourth year project at Carleton
Oh.
for a while, and I was actually part of it as my capstone, and I learned a lot about requirements during that time, and those are definitely skills that I've applied to my job at MDA because I've been doing systems engineering, and I learned a lot about communications too, and in my final year, which I found was really helpful. Any news from Arbalist? Well, they are on the screen to your left, and I think they're planning to be one of the first launches for today, unless Brendan suddenly gets his L3 certification launch going. And then the only launch at the solids pad behind us here is going to be the BSS Bishop's High School. I think is it Strawn?
It is Bishop Strawn.
Bishop Strawn.
Bishop Strawn School.
Yeah. I think it's pretty impressive. You talk about like Prodigy and like different sports, and you see them coming up with like plenty of points in like the juniors and whatnot. I think like in terms of like rocketry and engineering wise, I think like seeing young students come to these events is kind of I'd say like a similar step in the same direction. Would you agree, or would you say like there's another metric to kind of measure success of like engineering individuals or STEM individuals before they get to the university level?
No, I do completely agree with you. This is a great platform to teach people about STEM and engineering. A lot of what we do in rocketry is directly applicable to other industries. We're in a mining town, and much of the equipment that we use for mining is very useful for rocketry. All the CO2 and nitrous oxide and kerosene that the teams here have purchased were sourced from the mining companies here, as well as some of the fasteners and other supplies that they would use, we also use here. But it also teaches people first how to design something from the ground up, because it's really easy to build a little fun rocket, but running an entire rocket program at a school is another challenge on itself.
Oh, totally. You learn so much like project management that way with respect to these teams and these projects that they bring to Launch Canada. And like for myself, I think like one of the first times that I ever touched a wrench was at a robot, like for a robotics
really?
competition
Wow.
back in high school. So
what grade was that?
I want to say like grade 10 or something like that.
That's
like,
awesome.
I probably like had touched some tools prior to, but like when I first actually learned how to
you actually got to use them and do things with them.
Use them, it's a good way to influence the young folks. That's for sure, and it's a very very early start to their training and their careers, and getting them on the right step. And I think that's part of the importance of outreach. That, and also just inspiring others.
Yeah, absolutely.
And should be good.
Not to mention, it's a whole lot of fun.
Oh yeah, no, it's a ton of fun, and if you're not gonna do if you're not gonna do anything, might as well do it for fun.
Like this little rock right here.
Yeah. Should be a blast for Brendan there.
That's 3.
There you go.
We're keeping a counter on how many times Nico says that's been a blast.
I think you might have missed one the other day, so it might be at 4.
Oh.
But
Let's go with 4. It's a bigger number.
yeah, I went in 3 and 1 incognito. There you go.
Is it possible to get a counter up there for
Oh God.
for how many times?
I know that we can post polls, but oh God.
Let's make this a thing. Has BS actually, before I answer that question, Innes, is Innes subscribed? That's kind of a requirement at this point, isn't it?
Yes.
But if you could do that, that would be awesome, and then we could answer your question.
We can neither confirm nor deny until
At the
you
moment.
subscribe.
Uh-oh.
But
The hardest part is if you put people on it.
Yeah, I'll get the bearing.
If I can't, where are you going?
3 times.
It seems that all this dust has had a negative impact on everyone's health out here.
yeah, you know, in hockey, I'm not normally the duster type, but out here at Launch Canada, I've clearly consumed more sand than you know they've expressed as spice in the movie. So.
Well, at least it's fun to be on Spice, at least from
Yes.
the books, I can tell.
Speaking of spice, I feel like a Spice Girl with this microphone. It's like, you know, it's kind of like curved and it's like right in front of my face. I just feel like, you know, dancing or something.
Practically a celebrity
Yeah,
at this point.
There you go.
Blast counter. We have Simon currently setting up a blast counter. This will be our official counter for how many times Brendan has said it's been a blast.
Yes. It's kind of like,
Sorry?
I haven't said it at all.
it's a counter for me, not for
Oh, apologies.
it's kind of like I feel like it would be really good too if we had a counter for like launches without launches without explosion, you know, a counter like that.
It's been a pretty good success rate so far.
Oh yeah. I think the only ones that have hang fired, so to speak, have been a few of the certification rockets, if I'm not mistaken. All of the launches.
Oh, what happens with that Timmy's rocket yesterday?
Oh.
With Timmy's nose cone and.
I think that was less than nominal. If I
Less than nominal? That's an understatement.
yeah,
Nominal.
nominal length. Oh jeez. Who's launched L1s so far today?
Nope, nobody. No one's launched so far.
One's launched so far. I hope that Tom B-W has subscribed.
Yes.
Because we just answered his question.
We should have checked before he did that.
Yeah.
Darn it.
Coulda. Oh well. Well, in all fairness, we'll answer Innes' question. No, BSS has not passed safety inspection.
I believe
yet.
they have, except they had to go back for a re-safety inspection.
Okay. Yes.
They had to go make some fin modifications. A few safety inspectors were concerned about fin flutter on their fins. Their designer, Ilaria, had tried to compensate for that and get around the analysis, since she didn't really know how to, was increase the number of fins and make them very stubby, which is a relatively easy way to get around that. But since this is a technical competition, we may need some analysis, and they had to go back to the college and add additional reinforcement to the fins, and now our safety inspectors are satisfied. Last I spoke to them, they were doing motor assembly, but not unlike the university teams, another problem has crept up. Their flight computer is activated by a magnetic switch, and that is acting up. So they're currently working on that problem.
Definitely troubleshooting some issues
Yep.
there. Hopefully it'll work out for them. You know, I think the fact that they're even here is phenomenal. You know,
Yeah.
It's it's quite the feat to be able to make it out to Launch Canada, but to make it out as a high school team is also quite impressive. Yeah.
Perhaps later, I hope we can actually show their rocket. It's covered in stickers from all the other teams and everyone that's helped, because
Love that.
it's been a complete competition. It's been a team effort to help them get them fly, because everyone is rooting for them and everyone wants them to succeed.
Oh yeah.
So I think what's going to happen is it's going to go up, and then also it's going to go lobby, and only hit 10
Do you know who else is flying today besides BSS?
I think Brendan is trying to launch, but it's TBD. You know, I have faith in Brendan. I hope that he has faith in himself.
He's currently nodding no.
He's shaking his head.
Navy teams, it's
York, McGill, and BSS.
Okay, so we have
Are
3
those
flights
the only
expected.
remaining teams?
only 3.
Only 3. There you go. So hopefully we'll get a hat trick today. You know, we just gotta back check. You know.
Do you want to list that off? I'm not sure they can hear Simon out there.
Simon, I don't think they can hear you, but that's okay. I echoed what you said earlier. Was there anything that I missed? No? Okay. Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Aaron. I think what they've done so far is incredible, and hopefully they'll have a incredible launch. Has Aaron subscribed? That is a good question.
Yes, can we work on that, Aaron, please?
Yes.
It should be a big red button down below.
Yes, please subscribe, Simon. Let me
That would be
check.
quite funny, seeing
should-
as his life is practically on the line, and Simon might not be subscribed himself.
I'm gonna make sure I'm subscribed. I should be.
Uh-oh. That might be a citation on your record. Apparently, Brandon was not subscribed.
Brendan, are you subscribed?
Yes.
I wasn't. I just subscribed.
Maybe I'm not subscribed. I don't know.
Hey, Brendan, would you like to come to your motor assembly here so we can showcase how something like that is actually done? No.
This is too much pressure.
All right. Brendan is currently assembling a... What motor is that, Brendan?
J270.
There we go, folks. I am the 574th subscriber.
Wow, we're already at 570. Brendan is currently assembling a J-class rocket, which he plans to fly on, I believe, the O rocket we had earlier. Is that what it was for?
Yes, O rocket.
Yes. Is that for his L1 or just a fun flight?
No, it's for his L3.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yes.
Is that car L3 or?
Car L3, yes, sir.
Nice. Does he have any electronics on board?
I don't think he has any electronics. I think that would be his next launch.
Okay.
Place, yeah.
That'll be a fun recovery.
Yeah. Whenever someone says Jolly Logic, I always think like either Jolly Roger or like Jolly Rancher for whatever reason. So
I
it's
think
like,
of jelly beans. This
Jelly beans.
sounds edible, but it doesn't look edible.
yeah, just putting a bunch of candy on a rocket and getting it certified. That's what we're about here. That that would actually be a pretty sweet rocket.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, speaking of which, I think someone from See You in Space, when they were doing their certification flight, had a giant bottle of blueberries they had collected
Oh really?
in their nose cone
No way.
as ballast.
That's actually sick. Yeah, I remember hearing stories about the previous Carleton president, Will Zerato, putting a bunch of like yes, the OG Carleton, the Carleton founder, or not Carleton founder, but Carleton University in Space founder. He was getting fed up with some judges at Spaceport in one of the first year, and so he well, sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Uh-oh.
It was like not it was more so like just wanted to balance out the stability of the rocket. So what he did was he chucked a bunch of nuts and bolts into the nose cone, dumped a bunch of epoxy, and from there, no, I'm not telling the FedEx story.
Oh, I want to know the FedEx story.
Oh God. Okay. First things first. He put a bunch of epoxy with the nuts and bolts into the nose cone to weigh it down, and then it launched there, and it never saw the light of day again.
Jeez.
So.
As in it was lost?
Yeah, like we named it "See You Later," and we did not see it.
It lived up to its name.
Yes,
Lived up
and,
to its name.
We signed the fins there. So yeah, we have not signed it since.
Perhaps someone got a free rocket then, eh?
Yeah.
In case anyone here is wondering, duct tape is not a good motor retainer. It did not work yesterday, and I don't know if it'll work again.
Yes.
How did I do this? Where did my nozzle go?
Brendan has lost his motor components, so we'll see if he'll actually get to fly.
Yeah.
I thought you were an engineer. You should have labeled your parts.
People label? I mean, even if I label, it doesn't matter. Because where did it go? My nozzle.
When you talk about rocket control systems, are you asking about active control or the onboard electronics? Because some of the L1 rockets don't actually have any onboard electronics. They're kind of just... They're using the motor ejection charge to kick out the parachute, and that's just a time delay that you can set before flight. But there are also obviously flight computers. For instance, the Blue Raven, I believe, as well as an egg timer, which is something you purchase as a kit and you assemble yourself.
Is the egg timer exactly as its name suggests?
I'm not actually sure what the story behind the name is. It doesn't really look like an egg timer to me, but a couple of their boards are small enough to fit inside a chicken egg.
Okay.
Maybe that's the story.
Interesting.
What sort of control system did you have on your rocket this year for Carlton?
Well, I didn't actually work on the rocket this year. Brendan, do you know what sort of control systems they had on?
Control systems, it was unguided.
It was unguided. What? Sorry, did you say control systems, or did you say?
Yeah, the commenter didn't specify what they meant by control system, but I kind of assumed they meant avionics on board.
Ah, okay.
I flew 2 easy minis at spaceport. One of them failed. Or both of them failed in a common way, so the main deployed at apogee.
That's fun.
Okay.
That's been a very long walk.
So
If
they
a main
sent,
apogee.
For those of you at home, they sent 2 minis to spaceport, easy minis, and they both failed in different ways.
They both failed in a common way.
They both failed in a common way, and their main deployed at apogee. So
It was not the fault of the student team either.
it's just not the fault of the students, but
What was the failure method?
It just deployed the main. It deployed the main charge when they got to apogee.
I see.
So this was not even like a ceiling problem. It was like, well, I think it deployed the main charge before the drogue charge or something.
That's annoying. In case you didn't hear that, Brendan said their Easy Minis deployed the main at apogee rather than deploying the drogue, which means they had a very long walk to collect the rocket.
To be fair, it also did deploy the drogue.
Oh, it did deploy the
Oh,
drogue.
jeez.
It deployed both, but it was like a set out eject. Like it was not the shear pins failing.
Got it.
So they saw the line in the data that said that they fired the drogue.
Oh, it turns out the drogue did deploy. So perhaps what happened is that one flight computer ejected the drogue and the other ejected the main. Someone's still waiting on the FedEx story. I'm kind of curious what
Oh,
this is all
jeez.
about.
Well, if I remember correctly, sorry, this was like barely before my time. I remember in my first year, I was looking at different teams to join, and I was looking at like different engineering teams to join for my downtime. And it was between CPRT, which is Carleton's planetary rover team or robotics team, and CU in Space, which was the rocket team. And I thought rockets were really interesting. And when I joined the robotics team, it was cool because they had a lot of work that they could give me right away, and like actual design work. And
Awesome.
then in the very first meeting, I remember. I think it was Will Zerato was saying, so our first task for this year is to write a very passive-aggressive complaint to FedEx. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I think I'm going to do the rover team this year.
So you switched to the rover team?
Yeah, I actually only did the rover team in my first year.
Wow.
But then when in my second year, I'm like, okay, I think rockets are pretty cool. So I went there, and Rex actually he had a lot of design work for me right away. So I'm like, okay, yeah, this is quite interesting. So I went ahead and designed a von Karman curved nose cone using an equation in SolidWorks as like my very first task was to identify what curve to use for the nose cone. And so I knew that we wanted to go supersonic, and there's different Mach regions, and the von Karman just applied to most of those regions. So
was this a custom nose cone?
Yeah. We actually so that year we didn't do a custom nose cone because our composites lab was closed, and we had to use UOttawa, which like again we're appreciative for. But we just didn't have the bandwidth at the time to get our custom nose cone ready and going. So we actually reused orbital Redenbacher's nose cone on Chef Boyapji. We used shear pins.
Right.
And so Russ threaded the holes like the day, like maybe like I want to say less than an hour before launch. So, yeah. A shear pin. Very good question. So I'm definitely going to butcher this description. Feel free to correct me, but it's a pin that we put our nose cone. It has a coupler on one end, a male coupler on the nose cone end, and then on the body tube end, it has a female connection. And so when you connect it, you can have it be friction fit, or you can have it be attached in all different sorts of ways. But there's one way that you can do where you put what's called shear pins in. So if this is the wall of the nose cone and this is the wall of the body tube, you put it together, and then from there you put a shear pin through two of them.
Right.
And the idea is when the nose cone ejects, when you're deploying your parachute, it'll shear the pin itself.
Right.
So that's essentially what a shear pin is.
But why would you need to have a shear pin?
Why would you need to have a shear pin? So
right.
you want to have it attached first during launch, so that you're not gonna just lose your nose cone altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And you want it so that when you deploy, the pressure itself will still shear the pin, so that your nose cone ejects your parachute and your drogue.
So the purpose of this pin is just to retain the nose cone.
Yes.
Is that all?
To retain the nose cone.
Is that all?
Yep.
Or
That's
okay.
it. And so when he was threading the holes, the tapping mechanism that was made out of steel got stuck.
Uh-oh.
So he broke one, and then he tried it again, and he broke another. So we actually only had 3 shear pins on. So
how did you know why to have 3 shear pins?
So it actually needed to have, I think, like 6 or something like that. 6 or 8, I forget. But we were only able to get 3 of them in, and so we knew that we wanted more for redundancy's sake. But if you only have 2, and they're not necessarily directly across from one another, the nose cone can break off a lot
And
easier.
it can shift as well.
And shift, yeah, exactly. So we only had 3 in, and so on the launch, it actually kind of spun a little bit when it went up. I think we were aiming for 10,000 feet, and we only made it up to 6,700.
That must have been spectacular, though.
Oh yeah, no, it was we were still building like the night before, so we were quite happy that we actually got to launch altogether.
Nice.
So it's
And
always fun.
how did you decide to use, or why did you decide to use 6 or 3 shear pins? Is there analysis or calculations done on things like that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Arrest did some structure on that analysis. I hope you did.
Hopefully.
yeah.
Oh, he didn't?
Well,
It seems arbitrary.
well, knowing Arrest, it might have been like, how many shear pins do you think that we should put in? Maybe we should put like 8 or 9. No, not 9's an uneven number. Let's just go with 8 and call it a day. So I think there's
They launched Boy Apogee without shear pins.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
Nose
just
cone-
friction fit?
The nose cone drag separated during flight.
Really?
Yeah, it came off, cocked it to the side, and then it started corkscrewing.
Wait, on Chef Boy Apogee or really?
Yeah, because they fucked the holes up.
Yeah, I know they messed up the holes, but did they not like I thought they kept the shear pins in.
Real good.
They didn't keep the shear pins in. It was entirely friction fit. That is wild. I don't remember it being like that though. I swear. Okay.
So
Yeah.
Brendan just passed by confirming that it was friction fit and it corkscrewed on the way up, which is kind of where your rocket goes like that, all the way up.
Yeah. You're gonna play a song?
We'll see if I remember.
Okay. Please don't smash it. Do you want to come play on camera?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm a little shy on that part.
That's okay. So I brought a ukulele, folks. I will play it at some point when I'm feeling like it. Alec is practicing for his next concert. I think he's opening for Green Day next.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you should open up the conference for us, perhaps.
Yeah. I think the where we're going for closing ceremonies, I think it is at another turning point. Maybe a fork stuck in the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think we have any updates on York. Is that them on the top right corner or
Yes.
left corner?
Yes. So that is York Arbalest. They are still doing integration. Was the last update that we received. We will keep you posted and try to bring you updates as live as we can. Yes.
I should bring it on my radio. Perhaps we'll see what they're saying.
Yes. It might be another turning point. A York stuck in the road.
How so?
Time grabs you by the
It
wrist
does.
and it directs you where to go.
We should also note that because today is the last launch day, teams don't get graded. They receive no points for flying on the last day.
No, but they do receive a crisp high five if they if they get it above 5,000. So, and we will give you all a crisp high five too if we get 1,000 subscribers. But I've gotten news that if we do not reach 1,000 subscribers, I will get a very brisk high five to the face.
And potential deportation.
Yes. Yes.
Well, the threat is currently very ambiguous, which is what we're terrified of.
Yeah, it's
we
very
don't know what will
scary.
happen.
Terrible things, he said. Terrible things they'll do to us. So.
Yes, as Adam Trumper has said, Launch Canada does not tolerate failures.
Yeah. No. Failure is not an option.
That is a joke, by the way.
Unless you are, on the pad. In all honesty, that's what Launch Canada is for. Is for students to test out their failures here before they get out to the real world. But for us, we're already in the real world. Not that there's an imaginary world, but we're already here. we're working, we're living, we're breathing, and
And you're actually working in the industry, which is pretty awesome.
Yes, yeah, no, it's a lot of fun, and but there is a chance that the live stream team will get fired if we do not get 1,000 subscribers. So, like and follow, comment in the chat. Give those, react if you like our content. Yeah, and speaking of work in the industry, yes, I work at MDA.
What do you do there?
I work in systems engineering.
So what's your day-to-day like?
Day to day, I work on Canadarm3.
Whoa, that's
I work
awesome.
on requirements LAN, and then I also work on technical performance measures, which consists of different budgets, which is similar to actually what you see on rockets. You talk about mass budgets, everything that you can fit into the rocket. You want to balance it and everything. We have power budgets, thermal margins. We also have volume and clearance as well. Which
what is that?
So essentially, like you think of rockets, you want to make sure that if you have a payload, it's going to actually fit inside your rocket, and so you have certain dimensions that you can fit within. But when you think of robotic arms moving across a station like the ISS or Gateway, you're going to have certain approach corridors, which is the arm can actually walk off the station.
It crawls like a worm.
Yeah, exactly. So when it does that, you're going to have these massive solar panels on Gateway that you need to make sure that you can reach around, and you want to make sure that you can avoid collisions at all costs.
How do you do something like that?
To do something like that, you start off. Where do you start actually when it comes to that kind of stuff? You start off with an idea, I think.
Right. A lot like the rockets we have here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good question, actually. We should ask Adam what was his first idea or thought that got him to create Launch Canada. But I guess for you, like, what was what first convinced you that engineering was what you wanted to do for your career?
I've always liked airplanes and rockets since I was a kid, so I always knew it had to be airplanes or rockets. And when I was a kid, I wanted to be a scientist, but I think when I was 7, I wanted to change my name to deoxyribonucleic because that sounded cooler.
That does sound pretty sick.
Yeah, although I suspect there'll be a lot of misspellings that way.
Yeah.
But that's really about it. I just have always been enamored by rockets and airplanes. And I hope that one day we'll be able to settle on other bodies in space. We've gone from a species that travels to establishing small cities from establishing small villages to towns and then cities and then forming countries and then
shout out to Sherwood Park, the world's largest hamlet, where I'm from.
Where is that?
It's actually just outside of Edmonton, Alberta.
Oh, that's cool.
It's kind of interesting because you got Fort Saskatchewan that's just north of it. That's a city that's about the same size or smaller than Sherwood Park. But
wow.
They might have surpassed actually in population. I'm not sure. It's been a while
since
I've been there.
But yeah, we've essentially gone from countries to continents, and I think the next frontier is just other planets. And the only way we'll get there is with rockets and advancing our technology where it's able to sustain life without the environment we have on Earth. And that's just a massive engineering and scientific challenge.
Sorry. Thinking of science and art, I'm just really appreciating all the music we're getting in the background here. Alec is playing the ukulele, and it sounds very calming actually. It's a vibe. It's a vibe.
Yes.
Sorry, you were going to ask another question.
No, I was just going to say that it's been a very stressful week for everyone here at Launch Canada, and we probably should have had this music playing from the start.
Oh yeah.
And Alec was saying how, oh, I'm not that great. I just need some practice, and yet I think he's doing great.
Oh, he is vibing. He's got the classic, you know. If you you ever go to a concert and I've been to a couple concerts now, and it seems to me like, you know, not all of them, but a lot of them, the guitarist is just like so focused on his craft and you know, perfecting it. You got the singer that's at the front of the stage, kind of the face of the band, kind of moving around, and then you got the drummer just kind of doing his own thing in the back, and like the bassist is just kind of nodding his head. It's definitely giving you
hold up. The pad on the static pad is currently yellow. One of the teams is preparing to do a static fire. Just heard it over the radio. Sorry to interrupt. What were you talking about?
Yeah, I was just talking about the different characteristics that you see in different band members at concerts. Alec definitely gives me like the Edge vibe, and when I say the Edge vibe, I mean like the U2 guitarist just jamming out. It was great, very beautiful. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's great. What song were you playing?
Over the Rainbow.
Yeah.
3 songs I know, and that's one
Yeah.
of them. And it's just, I haven't done this in a while. Gotta
Yeah.
fingers.
It's everyone's go-to ukulele song. So good.
It's so good. It sounds so good on it, and it just plays so well.
Yes. Looks like we're up to 32 viewers here.
Awesome. So when bands play together, I often see them wearing headsets. Are they only is that for a particular reason? Are they only listening to their own music?
Well, I'm guessing like it's also like behind the scenes stuff too. I think like keeping track of like, hey, like your fly's undone or something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
don't want that.
Yeah, no, you would not want that. Yeah, like, oh, we just lost a viewer. We're down to 31. Okay, well,
It was probably because they said they're currently no go for static fire.
Okay,
that's probably why.
Yeah.
Resolving, and after that, they should be close to putting it on the pad.
Looks like they're gonna do one thing, and then they're gonna be close to putting it on the pad. So we'll keep you posted. That is Arbalist from York University.
Yes, someone was asking for an update, but right on your screen is the 2-stage Arbalist rocket on the rail, and they'll be probably taking it off the rail to do some minor corrections, and they'll be back soon.
Looks like we're getting the drone out there too, which is good. And you know, MDA actually hires quite a few folks from York University.
Really?
Yeah. Shout out to my boy Anakit and anyone else watching the stream who went to York University.
The last I heard from them, they are still searching for their sustainer, but I don't know exactly what their status is right now because they're outside of my radio range.
Sorry, there's some chatter on the radio.
Yeah, we just heard that one of the teams is currently, yes, UBC is currently out looking for their sustainer. So the first stage of their rocket, their second stage, sorry, their second stage of the rocket, they're out in the field still looking for it. Their booster was recovered.
BSS is not close to launch just yet, but we will keep you posted on any updates. Any UFT recovery updates?
I haven't heard anything.
Haven't heard anything yet, but as you know, yesterday they went supersonic.
Oh.
And you could feel the boom in your
Really?
chest,
Wow.
When seeing that one go up. It was interesting because you see a lot of exhaust coming from a lot of these rockets, but that one it
was clear as day.
It was clear as day, and it just looked like a jet almost that had just gone up. So.
But why is that? I thought they were using a hybrid, and hybrids tend to burn pretty dirty.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Do you know what propellant they're using?
I'm not sure what propellant they're using, but if we have any UFT folks on the line in the chat, feel free to comment.
So, for those that don't know, a hybrid engine is essentially where you have your propellants, your fuel, and your oxidizer in two different states of matter. Your oxidizer is typically in a pressurized tank, which is in a liquid form, most commonly nitrous oxide, and then your fuel is typically in a field grain, not unlike the solid rocks we're flying now, and your objective is to try to atomize that solid fuel into into a gas state so that you can perform clean combustion and produce the rest. That is surprisingly very hard, as I learned from the hybrid program at Ottawa.
Excuse me.
Is there a particular component that you worked on at MDA regarding the Canadarm3?
So in systems engineering right now, I work at a pretty high level, and you know, we're just now moving into phase B. So I haven't worked on a single specific component, but I've worked more so at a high level, design-wise, and making decisions, and also corrections as well. Nice. Nitrous. Okay, cool.
Yep, their
I'm glad-
oxidizer was nitrous.
Nice. And I'm glad that you guys had some clean statics.
If you want us to go, we'll go, but that camera won't see this path.
How did your team nail the recipe and just the engineering of that? Because that must have taken a lot of testing and a lot of field grain casting, which is the one thing I hate about hybrids.
Yeah.
Is there an advanced propulsion program at CU in Space?
I know, like, I remember when I was on the team, we had some fun spinning some paraffin wax into a centrifuge. That was some fun stuff. But I wasn't as involved on the propulsion side. Give me 1 second here.
It might take them a while to.
So looks like Brendan's gonna send his rocket here soon. He's gonna go through safety, so stand by on that one. That's his L3 certification launch.
I'm kind of jealous. I really wanted to fly my L3 rocket here too, but I couldn't
Yeah.
finish it in time, and I wanted to help the Ottawa team finish their
Yeah.
parachutes.
Honestly, I didn't know that we could do certification flights here at Launch Canada until the night before we had to leave
Wow.
to come down. So
That must have been a scramble
yeah,
to get something ready.
yeah. So well, yeah. Like that's the thing though, is I didn't get anything ready.
Right.
So I think like for next year, I definitely want to do some certification flights and plan it out a little.
Well,
bit
you
more.
do have CQF out in Montreal, if that's where you're working.
CQF? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When is that?
They typically have 3 flight events, one in May. CQF is a car rocketry organization that flies typically out of Montreal.
Okay.
As to where I did my certifications, but they typically have 3 events. One in Drummondville in May, that's where I've flown in the past, and then another for much higher altitude at Gagetown. Sorry, not Gagetown, but
New Brunswick or
no, it's still in Quebec, but it's in the middle of nowhere. It's a lot worse than our current setup here,
okay.
and a lot more inaccessible. And then they fly once again at the same Drummondville site
Okay.
in October.
Okay.
So you might still have a chance to go
Oh
fly.
yeah, maybe I'll give that a go.
Mhm.
I don't work out of Montreal, but I work mostly out of Brampton and
Oh,
Toronto,
okay, got
but,
it.
I do visit the Montreal folks from time to time.
Right,
so.
there you go.
Montreal is a vibe. So shout out to Abby Laxkin, who helped promote our stream there earlier in the week.
Really? What does she
yeah.
do?
She is a operator at the CSA. She works for MDA, so she supports Canadarm2 flight operations.
By operator, you mean she works to actually move the Canadarm.
So she communicates with astronauts on station, and
I see.
she's
But
not.
I've always thought that most of the movement done on the Canadarm was through ground station, and the only time the astronauts use it is just capturing things live.
So that aspect is still done by the CSA.
Okay.
And so we have a couple different positions there, and I cannot remember all of them because the terminology changes
Right.
between Canadarm2 and Gateway with Canadarm3. Oh, some chatter on the radio. We got Simon coming on here.
So yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update on what's going on the cameras. I mean, you've got the panel here in the top right. In the top left, you have the pad view of Arbalest. You can see that their rocket is, or the launch rail is currently horizontal. Sounds like they're doing some integration. I'm still trying to work out some gremlins with the sustainer. And the bottom two are views of the certification pads, the sort of shorter pads that we have here. And currently on the rail there is our very own pad manager, Jeff. So it sounds like he's launching a sport flight.
Is that his
Working
own
on it all of
rocket?
yesterday.
Is that his own rocket? Oh, that'll be exciting. Anyways, we're talking about the Canadarm.
Yes.
What is new on the Canadarm 3 versus Canadarm 2?
Ooh.
Are you allowed to talk about it?
I know I signed some NDAs, and I know that I can talk about stuff at a high level. What's new about it? And I know also that I can say what you can see pretty much like by like looking online as well.
Right.
So that's kind of my rationale that way. You know, it's what's new about Canadarm3? Well, it's going on Lunar Gateway, which is going around the moon, whereas Canadarm2 right now is on the ISS going around Earth. So you think of the moon, you're like, okay, well, what's different? You know, it's a lot smaller of a body for a station to go around. So your gravity is going to be a lot less, and you know. You look at Earth, it has water and everything, but it's very well contained by an atmosphere, whereas there's no very negligible of an atmosphere around the moon.
Right.
And with the moon too, you have lots of lunar dust floating about, which can be abrasive. So that's definitely something that we need to design around. You know, it's the moon is a lot further away than.
Right. I've heard that moon dust is all like glass shards.
Oh yeah. You know, any sort of orbital debris you want to be careful with for sure. And you know, it's also.
Sorry, I just wanted to give a quick update that we just got. So McGill is not showing up today. They have, you can see their launch tower tarped over in the top left, or top left screen. But they are not showing up today. It sounds like. Unfortunately, they're not going to get off the rail. But I think they have had a lot of long days, and so I don't blame them for sort of calling it probably the best as far as safety is concerned.
I hope that next year they're able to return with more ground testing and experience. They can fly on the first day like last year.
Yeah.
So
hopefully they can bring it back next year and fly the Martlet higher than ever before. Sorry, go ahead.
So I was curious, does the Canadarm 3 use the same grapple fixture, like the 3 wires that all the other Canadarm do?
Ooh, I can neither confirm nor
gosh
deny
darn
that
it.
one.
Okay.
So that is a good question. That is a good one. And on top of that, though, you know, you think of Lunar Gateway, it's like, okay, what's different than the ISS? Okay, well, we're sending it further away, so it's gonna, you know, to mitigate some costs, we're probably not gonna send as much, so it's gonna be a smaller station.
Okay.
And you know, you're sending it around the moon. you know, communications are going to be a lot different as well because it's a lot further away than necessarily trying to communicate to the ISS. There's going to be, you know, sorry, navigating what I can and cannot say here.
A very common problem in rocketry.
Got me in the hot seat here. Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it though. I think our launch is scheduled in 2027, so
Hopefully, we'll see about that.
hopefully, yeah, I'll keep you posted.
If it doesn't happen, I know who to blame.
Oh, jeez. That's a lot of weight that I'd rather not carry, but you know, we're gonna do everything that we can to make sure that it's a successful mission and a safe mission too. I'm also really excited for Artemis 2 that's coming up too. That will have.
Do you know when that is?
Jeez, I'm not entirely sure when that is actually. I should know this. But that one's gonna send up Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He was a fighter pilot too, so he has plenty of experience, and I actually went to see one of his talks.
Oh wow, that's cool.
When he was in Toronto earlier this year, and one thing that really stuck with me from his conversation was to have a goal and share it with people. So, you know, I think it's important. Like, I think a lot of people are more than happy to help you. You know, more people than you might think.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to set goals, and I think that was actually a big thing for me actually to help me choose the field that I'm in right now. When I was younger, like my dad told me to kind of set some goals, and I think it really kind of gave me a sense of direction in life. So definitely would recommend setting goals, folks, and not only that, but sharing them. And
when you say share goals, do you mean
like
share them with other people so they can contribute to your goals, or what does that mean?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and the way that I interpret it was, you know, communicate your goals to people and say like what exactly you want to get done. And I think too, like in systems engineering, especially when you're at the beginning of a project, I think it's very important to not limit the design. You don't want to be too specific. So if you have like the goals, you set them early, and you pursue them. And you know, early on in design, you don't want to get too specific. You want kind of like a general sense of direction. You don't want them too vague either, because then they're hard to achieve.
Right.
But yeah, it gives you some direction, and then once you also want them to be achievable too.
Right.
And so I think too, like you know, you get a lot of people, at least like I recall, like when we were going through the rocket teams at Carleton, you know, at the beginning of the year, the ambition is way up here.
Yeah.
You know, and then you kind of sort through the different designs and ideas and scope, and then you get like your hard set goals, your requirements of like what you need to do, and then you kind of verify them by testing, you know, and you know, all that fun stuff, and then from there, then you can validate your design by actually building it and flying it, which is fun.
It's also really important to do an ego check and make sure that you're not doing more than you're capable of at that particular point in time.
Oh, sounds like we're launching. Hold on one sec. Who's launching? Oh, we're launching certification flights. Let me just check the camera here. Bear with me.
Yeah, we'll just have Brendan go around and switch the pads. Switch the camera to the current solid pads. That way you'll be able to hear and hopefully see them as well. Who's launching today? Hopefully York University with their 2-stage solid rocket, and the high school team Bishop Strawn rocketry. And who else is flying in addition to them? I think there's also one additional team that I seem to have forgotten. But McGill's not here yet. Are our viewers able to hear the PA?
Sorry?
Are our viewers able to hear the PA?
Barely.
Should I turn this up on the mic?
Or you can repeat what they say too. That always works.
Okay.
He's ready to go. Pad is armed. Pad B. Continuity on pad 4. So, looking up, skies are clear. Winds are nominal. Spirit moves. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Smoke.
Whoa.
Clean boost. Nice tracking smoke.
All the way up, I lost it in the sun.
Just about to tip over.
That was a really cool
See you in a minute.
startup and burnout. There was a
Yeah.
pop there.
Oh yeah.
A little bit of a swirl.
Yeah, burnout just waiting for an event.
UBC is opening doors, so we're close to a firing. That drogue has filled, so it is descending nominally at this point.
Sounds like we're on a drug right now.
This is a dual deploy, so we should expect an event soon. There's an event and a nice main. Jeff, congratulations on what appears to be a fully nominal flight.
Awesome.
That is cool.
Nice work, Jeff. It was really pretty.
Looks like Jeff, our solid pad man, has just had a fully nominal flight, and also sounded like it landed in a tree, so thankfully he's very tall, so he'll be alright.
That thing didn't arc at all into the wind. No, it was like nice and straight up. Maybe I should have gone drove with.
Advance pad to Peter.
What color was the shoe?
Red and white. It's right over there.
Go on the cover. Well, do it now.
So earlier I was talking to Brendan about whether Ken RM3 uses a 3-wire capture method, and how that works is this is actually a Canadian invention. There are 3 wires that cross over like this. I only have 2 fingers that go like that, and then there's a probe, just a big stick with a knob at the end that is a grapple fixture on your target, and as soon as the end of the arm goes on top of the grapple fixture, those lines tension up and perform a soft capture, and then that rod is reeled into a cup, and then you perform a hard capture where you're able to start moving that object around. But unfortunately, we can't know much more than that with Ken Arms 3. Oh, we have an Australian viewer here. That's awesome. Hello.
Jane, any chance you keep the Wilson FX keys on your keys? I do not have the Wilson FX keys.
I've also heard over the radio that University of British Columbia is conducting a static fire, or at least preparing for it, and they'll be unloading oxidizer, liquid oxygen from their dewars, which is just a very heavily insulated tank, and that's how cryogenics are transported. sounds to be a lot of activity happening out at the advanced pad. It's quite far away, so we can't really see it from here. But the which screen is that? The top left screen is the advanced pad.
Sorry, making a few Instagram posts. That's all.
Alright, I'm heading out of solid pad expeditiously, and I will be over at statics, and then I'll make my way over to the advanced pads with the keys.
We have our closing ceremony today at around 1800 or 6 p.m. Will that be live streamed?
Yes, the closing ceremonies will be live streamed.
Okay, awesome. Looking forward to that. The closing ceremony is where we will give out our awards, and we'll have closing talks as well.
Yeah.
As well as determine the fate of the live stream team for next year.
Yes. that is crucial. So.
It would be awesome if you could share Launch Canada with your family and friends, and we could hike up that subscriber count, and maybe we'll be back next year.
Yes. We need 1,000 subscribers, otherwise Adam will do terrible things to me.
Terrible things.
To us, actually. So please like and subscribe, and yeah. Looks like the drone is back home, ready for a battery switcheroo. Okay.
That drone footage is courtesy of Alec from previously of the Queen's team, who was also playing the ukulele earlier. I'm afraid I don't have any updates on BSS. I've been helping them all week, but I'm currently in a live stream, so I wouldn't really know. But once I do step out, I'll be sure to get some updates for you. About an hour ago, was it an hour ago? Yeah, about an hour ago, they were working on a flight computer issue where they're having trouble. So they have two copies of the exact same flight computer that were activated by a magnetic switch, which we just use the positive and negative of a magnet to turn and turn off the flight computer. But it looked like one of them wasn't working, so they were doing some minor soldering to work around that issue. And they had finally resolved the motor retention issue, where it was not correctly seated, so they had to do some last-minute modifications, and they cut out a bulkhead from the top of the booster section and moved it forwards, and then epoxied it back into place. And this time it fits. Do you have someone on the team at BSS Innis? I do think they'll be able to launch. The only problem I've
Sorry, so they're about 40 minutes away from final inspection.
Okay. We just had an update. They're about 40 minutes away from final inspection. That probably means they're doing final closing touches now. I sure as hell hope they're able to fly, because every single team here at Launch Canada is rooting from them, and I spent a lot of time trying to help them as well. That rocket from earlier we just saw is somewhere in the forest hanging in a tree. I just heard it over the radio. Did you see the giant moose antlers yesterday?
No, where were
Oh, so U Victoria during their recovery operations found 2 moose antlers, like fully intact, but
Wow.
it looked like they had battle damage on them too, and they were
Oh,
very
geez.
stinky apparently. They're
Sound-
very heavy too.
Sounds like there might have been some moose fights going on in the forest. Speaking of moose, we hope that Marc Messier will help sponsor the Launch Canada event next year. His nickname while he was on the Oilers was the Moose, so it was definitely applicable. Hopefully you're listening in there, Mark, and you can join the pod next year.
30 people watching the stream right now.
Hey, you never know. Don't let your dreams be dreams, right? And you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
It's not Mark Messier.
I know it's not Marc Messier,
Exactly.
but
I think so too.
so no, Mark was a great leader on the Oilers and the Rangers for that matter. So maybe I'll pull a Marc Messier here and call it before it happens. We're gonna get Marc Messier here on the cast next year. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
That's a big shot, Nico.
Yes. I mean, like he what game was it where he said that he was gonna win?
Quarterfinal of conference final.
Conference final, Game 7. He called it before he even went to play.
Is it possible
Like,
to
we're
get the
winning
drone
this.
footage up? I don't think it's currently
Ah,
there.
yes, we do not have the drone footage up. Let me do a little switcheroo here.
Yeah, you're not gonna get it right now.
Okay. Never mind.
Oh, scratch that. Apparently we can't charge batteries while the drone is in the air. Oh. There you go. What's Akif, you went to spaceport, right?
No, I never had the pleasure, thanks to a little virus that shall not be named.
Ah, okay.
Have
That's
you?
unfortunate. Yeah. It was a blast.
Very funny. That's 5. Let's up that counter.
There we go. That one was actually not intentional. But yeah, no, we love spaceport. Launch Canada loves spaceport. Everyone here at Launch Canada loves spaceport.
I think we actually had
you know.
Spaceport on our stream yesterday.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had Matt, the live stream person from
Awesome.
Yes. So
Rochester Institute of Technology.
nice. So,
How do you like Launch Canada in compared to Spaceport?
well, there's a lot more trees here.
Right.
So there's, it's like it's dangerous walking out in the desert, but it's also dangerous walking in a forest with bears, right?
That's
So,
right, yeah.
You're fighting different elements, is what you're doing. You're fighting the bearing heat of the New Mexico desert combined with snakes, and here you're fighting the I don't know. It's not that chilly, but it was like 4 degrees, and then it went up to like 25 degrees one of the days here. So temperature changes quite a bit when you're walking out there. It's sandy in both places.
I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Here,
Thankfully here it's not metallic sand.
yeah.
Screw with your electronics.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Here you also won't get the snakes, but like if you don't want to go out there in shorts.
I've seen a snake. What are you talking about?
Here?
Yeah, it wasn't like any
Like a
a
garden
dangerous snake.
or-
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. There you go. We have pet snakes here at
Yep.
well, not pet snakes, but like
Just wild snakes.
wild
garter
snakes. Wild snakes. You think of snake. When I think of snakes, I think of like Ireland, and apparently St. Patrick got rid of all the snakes. I don't know if that's myth, legend, or whatnot, but it also gets me thinking of how there's no rats in Alberta, which I think is pretty wild as well.
Why is that? That's so bizarre.
I forget the reason. Simon, do you remember why there's no rats in Alberta? Did they have like a program back in the day? Yeah. Except for when I shouldn't slander NHL players.
Maybe he'll come on the stream.
Oh yeah, maybe we'll get Brad Marchand on the stream. Not that he's a rat. We're not calling Brad Marchand a rat. He's a great hockey player from Nova Scotia too.
Yep.
Which is another Canadian province.
No, Alberta doesn't have rats because they have the advantage of not having a seaport, and so they decided in the 60s or the 70s that they were going to undergo an extensive program to exterminate all of the rats in Alberta. And so if you look up a map of rat populations across the world, there is, no rats in the Arctic, no rats in the Antarctic, and then there's a very noticeable Alberta-shaped gap in the rat populations. It is, plus or minus a little bit. There's always some rats kicking around in Alberta, but you can't have rats as a pet in Alberta, and there's, there's continuing active efforts to make sure that there's no rat population in Alberta. In the meantime, we've also got Brendan going out to the pad.
Ooh, very exciting.
Yeah, speaking of rats,
Whoa, hey now.
no, but
hey, Simon, before you leave, I'm curious. Was there a negative consequence to eliminating all the rats in Alberta?
And actually, speaking of like the few that are still out there, we're not going to rat them out.
They can hide. They can hide out.
So as far as I know, rats are not a native species to Alberta. They're just like most of the rats that we have, pack rats and things like that. Wood rats are sort of endemic to other areas of the world. I'm not aware of any major negative consequences. I do know. So Alberta has tried this with a number of species, most notably wolves and coyotes as well. And that went horribly. Why? Because there's a inverse correlation between herbivore, so or ungulate species like deer and elk, and predatory species. So as the wolf population declined, the elk population shot up, and then suddenly farmers had a bunch of problems with elk and deer eating all of their crops. So then they started reintroducing wolves. The deer were no longer the deer and the elk were no longer used to being afraid of wolves.
Yeah.
And the wolves had an easy time of it, and the ungulate population plummeted again. So there is a natural harmony to some of these things, and we do need to be careful with that. Yes, Aaron, snakes are vertebrates. We cannot launch a snake.
McGill updates, they've actually packed up and are starting to go home. You can see their launch rail there. They're going to pack up. And good luck, Brendan.
I guess they've given up on flying then, eh?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Hopefully they can launch the Martlet next year, and Thorndor will be back. That'll be good. I think that it'd be funny if they renamed their rocket next year Gandalf the White.
Why?
Because it comes back,
Oh.
Like Gandalf,
Gandalf the White.
I think that'd be funny. But I'll leave the Lord of the Ring puns and everything up to McGill for that one. We're getting a little bit of winds coming out from I think that's east.
Do you know what the high altitude winds are today?
West. High altitude winds.
Yeah, let's check that right now.
They are high up there.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you very much.
I am not sure. We would have to confirm with Chris, our LCO. Do you know what the high altitude winds are like, Simon? Not a clue. Okay, we will confirm once we see Chris next.
Sorry if I missed this, but any word on McGill?
Yeah, I already touched on that.
It just popped up.
Oh, another one. Okay, we'll let oh yeah, sorry. Nothing yet. Sorry. McGill has decided to pack up and go home. Very unfortunate there. Hopefully they will be able to launch the same rocket next year, or be able to figure out their design constraint, or not constraints, but their issues there. Hopefully they can sort it out and come back and fly higher than ever before.
Is it always the same problem that they're having with their rocket, or is it a systemic issue? Got it. So it's a systemic issue then.
Yeah.
They should probably do some more ground testing.
Yeah, and I think like the ground testing that they've done here at Launch Canada has also helped them quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully they'll take that experience and bring it on next year, or at the next event that they decide to launch
Yep.
at. As you mentioned, there's some certification launches in Quebec.
They could always just fly their motor, but just reduce the impulse
Yeah,
and
they
fly
could
low
do that.
altitude.
Yeah, they could certainly do that. I know, like at least with Carlton, like if we didn't have like a launch, which I think that like we've launched every rocket that we've ever had.
That's a big flex and very impressive. Congratulations.
But I mean, you know, it's a flex, but I think they're, you know, if we were ever in that case, I think that would be something where, or actually no, that's not true. Sorry, with the COVID year, we didn't fly. I think there was Tragic School Bus was one of them, was what it was named, and then another one was I can't believe it's not supersonic. So I think in that case we just reused it the following year, or built on the design that way, which I think was what came to not McTriple but McNominal. I think was what
Nice.
the next rocket was.
So speaking of which, why did your team like to name all your rockets after foods? How did that come to be?
So it all kind of started with Orbital Redenbacher. I think earlier on the pod we were talking about different superstitions that we have with our rockets. You know, like we named our first one "See You Later," Carleton University later, kind of like "See you later." Kind of thing. And we signed the fins, and you know, we really counted our chickens before they hatched because we didn't actually recover our rocket after that. So
That's ironic.
yeah, very ironic. So the following year, we named the rocket Orbital Redenbacher, similar to the popcorn brand, and we were able to recover it. So that was
Awesome.
really good. So then the next year, we decided to follow the trend, and we went.
Oh,
with,
I just heard Arbala just scrubbed.
Oh, Arbalest
I don't
just
know.
scrubbed. Oh.
I hope it's only for a few hours or. No.
Yeah, Arbalest just scrubbed. Sending our condolences
Oh,
from
pickles.
base camp.
Well,
That's
it's not
unfortunate.
unlike real rocketry where
Yeah.
you scrub, and when you're done scrubbing, you scrub some more.
Yeah, you know, it's only rocket appliances. You know, there's nothing
Yeah.
nothing wrong there. So yeah, it's only rocket surgery exactly. So
It's only rocket science.
hopefully they can also make a huge comeback next time as well.
Yeah.
You know.
I was really hoping to see their 2-stage. That would have been so cool.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I was actually their report evaluator, so. Any word on... we do have some word on McGill. They are not coming today, and I don't think they'll be flying at all, which is a shame.
And you know, they've had a long couple days too. Like
They're exhausted, probably.
Oh, guaranteed. You know, they've been working round the clock for the past week, and you know they were at the pad like all day yesterday and all day the day before as well. So you know, shout out to them. You know, they've given it their best shot. Hopefully next year they can have a blast. So we'll see. How
They've been
that goes.
consistently leaving the site at 1 a.m. every day.
Oh yeah.
So I don't imagine they're getting much sleep, and it's kind of hard to function when you're not
definitely
well rested.
But forget what we were talking about before that.
I don't remember either. We talk about a lot.
Yes.
Brendan vertical? What? Is that because you're standing? What?
No, Brendan is out there. His rocket is vertical.
Oh, got it.
It's really funny yesterday. I was talking with Aaron in the car on the way back, and he was sleeping. And then at one point, he looks at me and he's like, "Don't have the rocket vertical at the hotel." And I'm like,
"Oh no!"
I was like, "Are you sleep talking right now?"
Was he?
He was like, "No, I'm awake. And like, I was, you know, I'm not entirely convinced with that. But Aaron, if you're watching this, we love you. We appreciate you. And did you remember any of that? Is my question.
Maybe he was sleep talking.
Maybe, I don't know. It was funny though. My brother-in-law, he
Oh, someone just said we have to add a blast counter. When did he say blast?
Yeah.
How did I miss that?
Yeah, it looks like Simon's having a blast working on the blast counter. Yeah, I was serious, man. Okay. No, he was serious. Yeah, I just I was tired too, so I don't think that I quite caught the context.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely should not send the rocket up at the hotel. That is very dangerous. I would not recommend. Yeah, and I would not. Yeah, I did not.
Last counter's been updated.
There you go. Thank you.
We're up to 6 now.
7.
Oh, 7.
Is it only when I say it?
Anybody said.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Yeah, sorry. My brother-in-law, he is an active sleep talker, and it was funny. His mom was telling us one day about how he was he stood up. He was he had a full-on conversation with her, and at the end of it, he's like, yeah, just whatever you do, do not put the diesel in the Prius. And she was like, what? And then he just went back to sleep.
He was just making sure, that's all.
Yeah, he's a big car guy. So shout out to you, Morgan, if you're watching, and if you're not, hope that you start watching. He's my go-to car guy though, for mechanic.
Should have brought him out here. We might need him.
I changed my alternator from scratch, my car was ready to go kaput. And I just changed my alternator all by myself, just by calling him and being okay, what are you doing next, kind of thing. So it really kind of felt like I was an astronaut doing maintenance on the station.
Yeah, you're the lab rat, and he was ground control.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I love. So.
Was that the only issue with the car? Just the alternator?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not the only issue
Oh,
with the
there
car,
are
but
more.
it was the issue at the time that would have made it go kaput.
Southwest of the advanced pad, they're sitting where they are, and I invite you to see where they are until.
So, do you have a better experience at launch at Spaceport or Launch Canada? Which one do you prefer?
So I'm a little bit biased, and we're trying to promote our viewership here for Launch Canada. So, I can't not say Launch Canada.
Right.
But that being said, Spaceport was a lot of fun. And if you're watching this, anyone from Spaceport, we love you. And I wouldn't trade that for anything.
Mm-hmm.
But we also didn't have Launch Canada at the time, and I think too, for Canadian teams, the domestic travel is a little bit cheaper. So I think that it's also good for new and upcoming teams to, if we're launching, to come to Launch Canada. And I also think it's really good for outreach for folks around the Timmins area, and then also it's really good for people who want to get their L1 certification, L2,
That's
L3
true, yeah.
certification. So I think there's good and bad to every sort of event that you can possibly name, but I really enjoy both events. I think they're a lot of fun, and I think amateur rocketry is a lot of fun too. It's a blast. But what are your favorite parts about Launch Canada so far, and are you coming back next year? If Adam doesn't fire us.
Yes, that's currently a major contingent. I've always enjoyed the tech devs, and the advanced rockets.
Yeah,
for
that's
sure.
a good point too,
Yeah.
because you don't necessarily get that at a spaceport.
Yeah.
You don't get the the static firing or the you get hybrids at Spaceport and Launch Canada, but you can't. They don't necessarily have the. They don't let you static fire.
Oh, interesting.
Or not static. I don't know if static fire is the right word. I think they do they do static fires at Spaceport,
I've
Brendan?
never heard of it.
No, they
Yeah.
don't. So they do static fires here at Launch Canada, which is cool.
I imagine they're also happier, and the fact that they can offload some of some of the teams, since they are up to like 160 now, and that's just
Yeah.
a logistical nightmare.
Oh yeah, and I mean too, like for some teams, like they get to launch 2 rockets.
Oh.
Some of them launch 2 rockets at Launch Canada, other launch 1 at each event with Spaceport, and so it's really cool there.
It's funny you say that. Last year, we flew a COT solid, and we had recovered it perfectly intact, and I was scrambling to find another motive so we can fly again just for fun.
Oh yeah.
And that's something I don't know will be possible at Spaceport because they just have to fly 100 other teams.
Oh yeah, that's true too. And I think Launch Canada is growing quite a bit too. Like I think last year they had under 20 teams, and this year we have like 31 teams.
It's crazy.
Which is great. Not including all the certification flights too. So I think it's great to see rocketry grow in Canada as well. And in the States they have plenty of that already.
Yeah.
So it's we also build off of their experience too.
For sure,
so
yeah.
It's not necessarily an either or.
No.
So yeah.
We a lot of our staff, Adam Trumpor, for instance, volunteers at Spaceport America Cup, and we also have a few volunteers that also are like U.S. based, and they fly up here to volunteer. So there's definitely a shared knowledge base there.
Oh yeah, and I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, and they might not have all the brain rot that us live streamers have. So we're trying to entertain in between, and who knows? Maybe they'll let us join their live stream.
Oh, that'll be
team
fun!
Too,
A
so.
collaboration.
Oh yeah, that'd be really cool.
Do you think they also get threats if they don't achieve particular goals, like subscriber goals?
Oh, I'm not sure. I know. I know, like when it comes to like organization wise, like when you're a bigger company or you're a big government entity, you definitely want to do things by the book, so to speak. But there's no threats from higher ups. So whereas here at Launch Canada, we've been told that if we do not get 1,000 subscribers, Adam is going to do
terrible things to us.
Terrible, unspeakable things.
So if you're hanging out in the chat and you haven't subscribed, please take care of that right now.
Yes. And yes, I see we have a comment in the chat. Is that Malte or Might? I can't read. It's very faint. She has a comment though. He, she, they, Kojin. Everybody who is watching, make sure you like and subscribe. Yes.
Yes, please. We'd like that.
Please follow those inspirational words. We
I feel inspired already.
We love you folks at home. A lot of love going around here today. We've spent so much time out here that I might be becoming a hippie because I've been spreading so much love.
Have you become a truck guy yet?
Have I become a truck guy yet?
Yeah.
Well, I was given the option of a Ford F-150, a Chrysler 300, or a Mach-E EV Mustang to leave from the Toronto airport to drive all the way up to Timmins. And I opted for the EV because I wanted a SUV, but the truck would have been useful carrying all the supplies. So
it looked pretty packed in there.
Yes, and coming from Alberta, I like to identify as a truck person. So
that's a requirement, isn't it?
Yeah. Honestly, no. If you're ever in Lloydminster though, try to go 100 meters without seeing a truck.
Impossible challenge.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because Lloydminster is actually on the border of Saskatchewan and Alberta, so right in the middle of town they have like markers kind of indicating which province you're in. So
is that where you grew up, Alberta?
Yeah. I'm originally from Sherwood Park. It's just outside of Edmonton. So,
oh, you lucky prick! You're so close to Shane.
Shane? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where's Shane from?
Edmonton.
Oh, really? Okay,
yeah.
Right on.
And he runs. I think he helps run one of the launch sites there. And it's
Oh,
so
wow.
easy to fly there because there's nothing.
Yeah.
You just go in a straight line, pick it up, go home.
You know, it's bizarre. Like all throughout university, I didn't meet very many people who were from like the Edmonton area.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I'm out in industry, like I met a lot of people. I think it's because most people who are in Edmonton tend to go to the U of A. So
Oh, interesting.
yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. But
So-
are you originally from the Ottawa area?
No, I'm from Toronto. I
Toronto,
grew up in
okay,
Toronto.
Nice.
But when I was selecting selecting universities, I emailed a whole bunch of schools to find out if they had a rocketry team
Oh.
and what their plans were and what their state was. And
That's awesome.
I liked Ottawa more. Why did you decide to go to Carleton rather than Alberta?
Yeah, so originally when I was looking at schools, my options for aerospace engineering that were clear-cut like aerospace engineering, like no other sort of field, was between Carleton, U of T, and Ryerson, and I decided that Ottawa would be a cheaper place to live, and so it'd be
Right.
more financially feasible. So I actually only applied to Carleton. I didn't apply anywhere else. So I got
What?
I've got pretty lucky. Yeah.
That's such a goofy thing to do.
I know.
What if you were
It was so
rejected?
silly. Oh, that was a later problem.
Later problem. You'd
but-
have to wait several more months to
Oh,
reapply.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. I actually started in electrical engineering in my first year.
Oh, so did I.
Oh, right on, cool. And
Yeah.
then after, I swapped to aerospace. Did you
Interesting.
switch to mechanical? Or
I switched to mechanical,
okay,
yeah.
Right on, yeah. And it's funny, like going into that, I was like, okay, like if I want to do this, I have to do aerospace engineering, and there's no other field that I can do to get to do space stuff. But that is not the case, folks. Being out in industry now, like for Canadarm3 as an example, you got mechanical engineers, you have systems engineers, you have software engineers, you have electrical engineers.
Right.
You have a wide array of people with multiple different backgrounds.
Right.
So different technical backgrounds, different personal backgrounds. So I think that that's one of the best things at MDA that we have going for us is our diversity. We hire. We have Brendan about to launch.
That's important.
He's doing his car L3 certification.
Rocket named O-Rocket, flying on the J270 green. Dual deploy, 8 seconds. Jolly Logic shoot release set for 500 feet. Over budget, delayed.
Is there a
might
drone
work.
footage up? I can't tell.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Yeah, we have drone footage.
Okay, awesome.
Excellent.
Yeah,
the
so
black box going,
it is
wet
O-Rocket,
body, red
over
dot.
budget, and over time.
We are good to go on pad 4. So,
I believe
pads
that
armed.
is in reference to
Tank
something,
is
but
armed. And
Yeah, something in Ottawa. I wonder what that is.
yes.
Looking up. Skies are clear.
I'm not gonna,
Winds are nominal.
for the sake of
L3
legal
certification attempt.
purposes,
Brendan
that is
Griffin,
a
no
joke.
rocket. Countdown in 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
1. Ignition. Smoke and fire. Clean burn. Nice tracking. Smoke.
Oh, I think I've lost it. Oh, I
Moving
see
over.
it.
Expecting an event very soon. There's an event.
There's an event.
Yeah, it's separate. There's two. There's something.
Oh, I see it shimmering.
I do see a drogue. It is, it's pretty wild up there, actually.
Excuse me.
Well, there's our weather report, guys. It's pretty wild up there.
Trying to zoom in, I can't see it on my phone.
Jolly Logic shoot release. Expect another event at 500 feet.
That's really low, 500 feet. Updates on Goose 4. They've scrapped for the day, and I don't think they'll be flying at all, unfortunately.
And we should expect the Jolly Logic to release right now.
Oh! It's right there. It's right there. Landed right on the road. That's an easy recovery right there. Awesome.
Completely missed out.
Hey! Marine said, don't come home. I'm not coming home. Amazing. Do you want to go see Matthew? We are...
It landed right next to someone's truck that's parked out there. That was fun.
There you go, you got footage. Right on the road.
Nice. Landed on the road?
Yep. Do you need GPS coordinates?
See if I can do it without. It's right on the road. Yeah.
I don't know.
Huh?
Oh yeah. Looks good.
No worries, it's authentic. Oh yeah, I was asked for lots, so we're doing lots. Awesome. Thank you.
Anyways, like we were discussing earlier, not unlike MDA, where you have a whole variety of different disciplines and teams from management, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, aerospace, and any other thing you can think of. Teams are rocketry teams are exactly the same way. On my team, we had people from social sciences to biology to every single field and faculty of engineering we had at our school, and it really does take a whole variety of disciplines to make something like this come together.
Yeah, and it's not limited to engineering either. Like, you look at industry now, and you have a lot of you're going to have lawmakers in the government who are their focus is going to be on space policy going forward. I know right now, for the most part, space is considered like international waters, which is pretty interesting, but I think that there's still a lot of questions that have been unanswered, not necessarily just from the technical side and the discovery side, but also that way as well. Any updates from Goose 4?
Yeah, they've scrubbed.
York has scrubbed, unfortunately. I hope they can come back next year and launch their Goose 4. There's quite a few geese actually in the MDA parking lots.
Oh, really? That's fun.
It just absolutely covers the entire lot, and it's funny, at the old office on
that's the Canadian Air Force right there.
Yeah, there you go. Who knows? They might have additional footage from those geese. You never know. Maybe that's what they're there for. Maybe they're
they're protecting.
There to protect. Yeah, exactly. Surveillance.
I mean, you guys do a lot of controlled goods things in that building, so
yeah,
they're just patrolling out there.
Yeah, and I can't comment on all of it, but it's definitely an interesting place to work, and no geese were harmed in the filming of this live stream. And Goose 4 was also not harmed, which
because it didn't fly.
So hopefully they'll be able to figure out the issues and fly next time.
Yeah. The architecture of at Arbless is really cool. So it was set up, the Goose architecture from the very start as a space shot, and they were doing that by multi-staging. So Goose 4 is a stepping stone towards a 3-stage that would get them even closer to 100 kilometers. And it's essentially the exact same rocket, just stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, it's pretty. That's pretty interesting how they combine some of their previous rockets. Oh, sorry, there's a bug on my hand. Yeah, that's pretty interesting how that. Jeez, bugs over here. Yeah, it's pretty interesting how they're able to combine their previous designs into the one you see there.
I'm naming it Team Rocket.
No.
I'll get you all to sign it.
Oh boy, sounds like Zach from the Advanced Pads is planning on doing a certification launch as well.
It always makes me laugh seeing people like Zach who do professional rocketry out in Montreal,
Oh, yeah.
and they come here and play with little toy rockets. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm getting my L1,
Yeah.
but I build space rockets for
Yeah.
my job.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, right? It's
all unassigned volunteers succumb to solids. We are going to go for a lightning teardown.
That's fun.
What is a laptop? Can I borrow?
It's plugged into that laptop. That's Brendan, so you can unplug it.
Hey Zach, what's a lightning teardown?
Lightning teardown?
Yeah, what is that?
Tear some stuff down really fast, I think.
Oh.
Oh, I see. Okay. So to clarify, folks, we're going to do a lightning teardown. Not because we have lightning, because I'm not seeing very many storm clouds out here, but more so closing things out pretty speedy here, because I believe what launches do we have left? Because I know Brendan launched his. McGill is not coming today, and
It's just BSS. Our hopes are with them.
BSS.
Our hopes and dreams are with
is UBC
BSS.
also still attempting to launch their second rocket?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
Still trying to hot fire, but then Ollie was here with laptop issues, so that didn't pretty much cost us.
Okay, so still working out some kinks there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had an interview we haven't seen yet. We're quite anxious. Did you do it here?
Did you see the picture from the Paris Olympics where one of the Canadian swimmers was chugging a bottle of maple syrup after a swim?
For whatever reason, I did not think that you were going to say maple syrup, but that is absolutely iconic.
Yeah, but I thought it was just for the memes. But one of the volunteers here has done 4 Ironmans, which is where you go for like a 4-kilometer swim.
Oh yeah, it's the marathon where you do multiple. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then you bike for like 200 kilometers, and then you run, I think, a whole marathon, which is like 38 kilometers in a whole day. Yeah, which is insane. And he's done 4 of them, but apparently, you can use a type of mixture. They just call it goo. But you calibrate it to your body's composition and what you require when you're, heavily draining, you're doing intense cardio. But it tastes disgusting, and a lot of people just use maple syrup instead. It's the exact same thing. It's more natural, but apparently that's a real thing that actually happens.
Huh. That's interesting. Just like a massive shot of sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the 2011 Stanley Cup Finals. I remember seeing Zdeno Chara just chugging back a thing of Coca-Cola while he was on the bench, just because, I think it was in double or triple overtime or something like that.
That's crazy.
So, it reminds me too, actually, when I went to the International Astronautical Congress in Paris.
You got to go to it?
Yeah. Actually,
that's so cool.
Me, Simon, and Brendan, and I think Phil was in Paris with the So we all wrote a few papers for IAC and presented them, and actually.
What were your papers about?
Training undergraduate students for space startups, I believe, was the title of the paper. And it's
you should all go read it.
it's a bit paper hand wavy, so to speak. But essentially, it kind of summarized what we were doing on See You in Space. Was essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to yes, it's a fun event. Yes, we're doing it for our own knowledge, but it's also we're trying to train the next generation of aerospace engineers and STEM people for the next, the next line of rocketry in Canada and the next generation of space enthusiasts. Yeah, while we were at IAC, what kind of led me to this discussion was your point on maple syrup at the Paris Olympics. I had a layover in Halifax coming from, I believe it was Oh geez. Okay, so that was like in October. So I was going from Ottawa to Halifax. Had a layover in Halifax. Stayed over. Thanks again, Ben, for letting me stay at your place there. And when I bought some maple syrup in the airport because I'm like, oh yeah, I'll give it away to people while we're in Paris. It'll be like a cool thing because like it's a big international event. And so I bought some maple syrup there. And when we got to the conference, Bill Nye was actually there
Oh, that's cool.
talking, which was really cool. And I had a good conversation with him. Bill, if you're watching, thank you so much. We appreciate all your science videos that you've given us throughout the years. And I actually traded a thing of maple syrup for a photo with them, and I got
nice.
a picture with them with the maple syrup.
That's all it
which is
takes.
great. Yeah, and then I got it as well with a few Project Possum astronauts. That's actually how I found out about the IIAS, which is the International Institute for Astronautical Science, I believe, is the acronym there. And so essentially what they do there is they train people for like to become astronauts, which is really cool, and young researchers too. So they have a bunch of different classes that you can take, and the first one that you have to take is AST 101, which is fundamentals of astronautics. You learn a lot about noctilucent clouds, and you also learn you get to actually put on an IVA suit. You get to
Oh, wow.
go in a simulator that is very similar to a Virgin Galactic spaceship, but it's not exactly the same. It's really cool what they have going on there, and we also got to go on a I think it's a 300L aircraft, which is the same kind of aircraft that the Budweiser planes go in. And so we did a bunch of aerobatic flights, which is cool. We did a bunch of...
Is that the Vomit Comet? Or a different one?
No, I think it's a different one because but they have another one that the same one that the NRC uses for zero gravity flight. That's actually the following course, which is AST 102.
Oh, okay.
That
but it's the same aircraft.
No, so different aircraft for different classes.
Got it.
So for AST 102, they use the that one for fundamentals of microgravity, I believe is what the course is called. And so you get to create like an apparatus to test something, and it's really cool. I didn't actually end up taking that class because it was just before Launch Canada, and I had a lot of things on the go, but I'm hoping maybe next year to take that class. So they have that. They have another class where you can do, you go actually underwater and do similar similar to what you would with the neutral buoyancy lab, and so you actually go like scuba diving, so to speak, and you get to see how that works, and blanking on some of the other classes, but yeah, they have tons of classes that you can take to help you do research.
Wow.
It's a lot of fun, but if you take all of their classes and if you're lucky enough, you might be able to secure a Virgin Galactic flight, which is cool.
Wow.
So I met I think it's, I always butcher her name. It's either Cyan or Cheyenne Proctor is her name, and she actually went on I think it's the Inspiration 4 flight that she went on with SpaceX. So I met her as well and traded some maple syrup while I was in Paris. So.
For a photo.
Yeah, of course, for a photo. So if you're watching, we love you, Dr. Proctor. Have you gotten the chance to go to many conferences, either during or after school?
No, I unfortunately have not.
Okay.
Hopefully that'll change this year, though.
Yeah, for sure.
So these classes that you ought to take,
Yep.
Were they a perk through MDA, or is it just like at the conference?
So MDA does provide MDA does provide like a budget towards like continued education for their staff members, which is awesome. But the catch is that it has to be related to your line of work, like directly related. So I couldn't quite sell it to my manager that astronaut training is directly applicable to systems engineering on a robotic manipulator, but
I'm sure you could find a way to spin it.
yeah. I tried, so we'll try again next year. But I still have that fund, so I was looking into potentially RCAF classes, because I was looking online and it looks like there's some classes that you can take there. But last year I took a class through MIT, which is forget the title, but it was online. MIT X Pro class. We covered complex architecture. We covered Kieran, my colleague that I worked with. He's gonna roast me for this later because I can't name all of them. There was like modeling and engineering, which was very much related to what I did in my undergrad, and then there was. Geez, I'm gonna have to look this up. Bear with me. I don't want to feed.
You don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to feed any more fake news either out there. So, bear with me.
Well, I hope that if we reach 1,000 subscribers, you're allowed to return next year on the live stream. You can tell us how your trainings went.
Yeah. No, that'd be a privilege for sure. I'd love to come back, but we know that we only get to come back if we reach 1,000 subscribers. So if you'd like to see us back, if you'd like the content that we're giving you here on the Space Pod Rocket Radio Launch Canada live stream, please be sure to like and follow for more content. Subscribe. Otherwise, Bishop is at final.
Oh, wonderful.
There you go, folks. That's your update on BSS.
They're currently at their final inspection at the inspection tent. This is where we'll have one of the range safety officers visually inspect their rocket to see that nothing is out of order and any changes they've made from the previous inspection, and just ask various questions about how the rocket was designed and what their targets are. And since it is a competition, they'll also ask about their competition criteria, where at Launch Canada we give the students we ask the students what metrics they want to be judged on, and then we judge them based on that.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Whereas it gives people a much more open-ended way to compete. But it also means that you have to have good metrics, and it has to be a goal to your flight that you can be judged on. And that also allows different technology development categories like tech dev, which is under static fire, and advanced and basic.
Cool. Sorry, getting back to you on the name of the course through MIT X Pro, Architecture and Systems Engineering, Models and Methods to Manage Complex Systems is the long title for the entire class. But looking at the actual courses within that, you have Architecture of Complex Systems. So you're looking at from the ground up. Like, what are you designing? What do you actually need? So you're defining the problems before you go out and solve them, which is great. Models in engineering, which, like I said, was very similar to my undergrad. Model-based systems engineering is what the third course was, which is very applicable. It's very interesting. The different applications for MBSE. If you're going to use MBSE, I definitely would recommend using it from the start if you can, because it makes things a lot smoother down the road. Whereas if you start MBSE late in design, it's can increase in scope and cost.
radios that have become free since things are cooling down now. Have we?
Sorry, some chatter on the radio there.
Sure, yeah, I can steal some from Advanced.
If you can get that into us, that would be great. We'd love to play the audio from.
And then the last one was quantitative methods in systems engineering. So it was very much directly applicable to the work that I do at MDA, and it was cool because it was through MIT.
So are these all online classes or are they in person?
Yeah, so those ones were online, but funny enough, I actually have a buddy from that I went to school with at Carleton. He was my roommate for several years. He actually got into MIT, so last year after I took the course, I actually went to MIT, and I'm like, oh, this is what the building looks like. So it's pretty cool. Boston's a nice city to live in, and funny enough, there's actually a certificate that you can get when you go to MIT if you take both fencing, sailing, and I think it's like archery or like there's like a musket class that you can take. Forget what it's called. But if you take all three of those, you get what's called a pirate certificate.
Pirate certificate?
It's a thing, folks. Feel free to look it up. It's a legitimate thing.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I forget. They also have like back like I don't know how long ago, but like in the history of like MIT, like one of the students, what they did was they measured the distance of like the bridge that went from like MIT to like downtown
Oh,
Boston.
yes.
And like they measured it in like how long each of the person was. So they like drew a line on the bridge, and they like what is it, like Smuts or something?
Yes. George Smut.
George Smut, yeah. So they actually they created a unit of measurement called a smut, and they measured the bridge. I forget how many smuts it is, but
he was 5'7" or 5'6", something like that.
Something like that. But it says a lot about your metric and imperial systems.
Yeah, it's just arbitrary.
Yeah, completely arbitrary.
At Ottawa, you know how you can set up your own set of templates in SolidWorks?
Yeah.
So one of our chief engineer is 198 centimeters tall, about 2 meters tall in the morning. Right. So I'll Liam as a measurement unit to SolidWorks.
That's actually great, because it also like it gives you like a real world perspective too, in a sense, because like if you don't use like a measuring tape every single day and you just have something in SolidWorks that says like it's like 269 inches or like 420 feet wide kind of thing, like it's very much like looks kind of arbitrary when you're looking at it. And
right, yeah.
I remember like in my first internship at Protocase, I was designing some like a drying pan for our silkscreen booth, and I was like, okay, and it's gonna have a giant vent. We're gonna use computer fans to like draw in air to dry the screens. It's gonna be great, and it's gonna fit this many screens. But I didn't factor in the surroundings.
Oh,
so
wow.
You have this like custom sheet metal design that's freaking massive, and it barely fit in the room, and it didn't fit in where I thought it was going to fit. So completely scrapped that. I think I looked later on the order, and it was something like in the range of like $5,000 to $7,000.
Wow. Of just the sheet metal.
Oh yeah, but it's custom sheet metal. Like you got to remember, like you're not just getting like a piece of metal, like a sheet. You're getting it. You're bending it, and then you're welding it. You're laser cutting the cutouts. You're deburring it so that people don't scratch their hands on it. You're sending it through pre-treatment so that it's not going to rust in 5 seconds. Well, not 5 seconds. That's a bad example, but you want it to work, kind of thing. So that was definitely a very good learning opportunity for me, and after that, like I designed a whole table with like a slanted sheet drip tray that went right into the sink. It was great. So shout out to the Protocase folks out there. I know that you're sponsoring this event. Hope to see you guys next year at Launch Canada. I did see some of them at URC, and I think some of them went to Spaceport too, and CRC, but didn't see them there. But MDA also sent some people to CRC, so but we'll see. Looks like we're at a record-breaking 29 viewers, so we're quite happy to see all 29 of you.
What's the highest you've seen so far this week?
I think honestly, like I think on the second day we reached like 200 to 250.
Wow.
That was insane. But I think some of the other days we reached like 100, 150.
I think BSS has just passed their.
Sounds like BSS just passed safety. Bishop Strong is very strong. There we go. Hopefully we get to see the high school launch.
Oh, we need to boot up.
What are you doing?
Can you figure out?
So it is plugged in. You're in the wrong port.
Hanging out with you.
So sounds like Akif is going to sign off here. He'll join us some more later, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's been fun hanging out with you. Hopefully, I'll get to see you next year.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
if we pass our requirements.
Yeah. Hopefully we reach 1,000 subscribers, and you'll see Akif and myself here again next year. But
I will see you in a little bit.
nice. And do you wanna? Are you already following me on LinkedIn or connected, or do you want to?
Yeah, we should definitely do that.
Or do you have the gram, the Insta? Can I have your number? all that fun stuff.
Here.
Awesome.
I think we've lost the chat.
In case this happens,
Oh no.
know how much it cost me.
Awesome. And I will give you a follow back too. Sorry, it's not the top one, is it? It doesn't seem right. Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Cool. Awesome. Always a pleasure, Keith. Cheers. So I've been stationed to hold the fort here at Launch Canada. That's their first mistake, so we'll see how well this goes. Hopefully I don't get cancelled. Hopefully we get 1,000 subscribers. That would be great. Yeah, let me think. Yeah, thinking of a few here and there, like engineering stories. I remember one of the things working on CPRT was like the Carleton Planetary Robotics rover team, or robotics team, I should say. Sorry, some chatter on the radio there. We made a custom tool to lock our rocker bogie together, and we couldn't reach it in using any other tool, which is jank, and jank is quite entertaining. Looks like Brendan is back here with his rocket. Lots of radio chatter here.
Ukulele.
Yes. You know how to play?
No. Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah.
I've got a collection of guitars and ukuleles and instruments to kill for.
Yeah.
But I like building and I like repairing.
Oh, that's cool.
I can barely play 3 chords.
I've been trying to learn guitar since like probably about March here. So.
Oh yeah, mine was March of 2000.
Oh, nice. It's a good month to learn how to play.
Oh, yeah. So that's about it.
Oh, okay, beautiful.
Ode to joy. That's all I can do.
There you go. Love it.
2 strings, 1 finger.
Thank you very much, Michelle Wander, folks.
My
the one and
rendition
only.
of Ode to Joy.
There you go. Thanks.
Actually, you want to get MC. She knows how to play.
MC? Okay. Yeah. Where is she?
She's over
Okay.
She's doing the trailer thing. She's having fun with the trailer this week.
Nice. Okay. Yeah.
I have the 2 wraps isolated. They're all on the vinyl to your table.
And the vegetarian ones as well?
Sounds like Bishops is gonna go for a launch. So.
Yeah.
So.
Strachan?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're together. My thing is to be in here or get with a quick turnaround to get inside the container.
Yeah. Whatever is fast.
Yeah. Either duck or container.
Yeah, yeah.
Just the status on Bishop and how much time do I have to run a PA radio over?
You have just enough time to run a PD radio.
We already have it. I'm coming from advanced pads right now.
Alright folks, this might go really well or really horrible. So I hope you enjoy Rocket Radio here at Launch Canada. We will let you know, we'll keep you updated on the high school team, but in the meantime we'll play some ukulele here. This one is Counting Stars, well, written by One Republic, but this will be the Launch Canada ukulele rendition, so hopefully we don't butcher this here, but we will keep you posted. So here we go. Oh, sorry, we got some chatter in the back. So, I thought that they said that there was a wildfire, but there's not a wildfire. It's just the Matagami fire department. They have to be here for the solids launch. Dreaming about the things that we could be, but baby, I've been doing hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. Sorry, what's up? Yep, Bishop Strong is about to go to the pad. There we go.
They need someone to give them a score, right?
Yep. So you heard it here, folks. Bishop's Strong is heading out to the pad. Should be good.
I don't know if you saw any of these.
Oh no, I did not see any of this. Hey Keith, I'm watching you while working. Haha. Okay, thank you, Rose. I can't watch you while you work, but I appreciate it, and I hope we're increasing your productivity, and we're not distracting you by any means. But that being said, like I said, hope it's productive work. Yes, BSS has passed final inspection by the sounds of it. They're heading to the pad. Do you guys have a favorite launch to watch so far? Well, you know, I think when we talk about favorites, we talk about biases. And coming from Alberta, I think that U of A had a pretty nominal flight, so I thought that was pretty good. And also, as a Carleton alum, I can't not give them a shout out. So they had a really good flight too. I think UVic actually, they were quite ecstatic with their launch. They had a great personality. They helped run the stream for a while, so that definitely gave me a break. So I was quite happy with that. And they had some really cool metal fins. UBC had a very pretty two-stage, and UTAT had a very fast rocket, almost one would say supersonic, because it was supersonic. Speedy Gonzolas. So that's not the name of their rocket, but it's the unofficial name that I've given it. So yeah, it was really fast, and you could hear the roar.
Walk it down. Who has the? Can I?
I was
walk
quite
it
happy.
down?
Quite happy that Simon got his L1 cert, and Brendan got his L3, and that landed like
Okay,
right
well,
on the
same
road
time,
too.
I can start walking and they can meet me halfway.
We are on our way to your car.
But favorite launch, you know, I'd also like to, you know, add a shameless plug that Radar Sat 2 launched in 2019 on a Falcon. That was also really cool. And I also saw a few launches live when I went to Florida last year, so that was pretty cool. And Relativity Space, they had a like fully 3D printed rocket, so that was definitely really cool. So that's definitely one of my favorites there. Congratulations, BSS. UVR is rooting for you. We will pass that message along when they get back. BSS is go for launch. Thank you, Lee. Yes. Woohoo! Have a good flight, BSS. Yes, I really hope that they have a good flight. We all here, everyone's rooting for them. You know, it kind of reminds me of back before my time, as I do not remember, but I've been told the Apollo, you know, the Apollo program. Everyone watched the moon landing because it was quite spectacular. So I think, you know, we have enough viewers here watching BSS Bishop Strong launch their rocket, and you know, I think it's impressive, and you know, I'm hoping that I can add this to the list of favorites, and to that extent too, if I hadn't listed your rocket earlier on my favorites list, please nag me in the chat and I will add it to it. You know, U Ottawa was pretty good too. They were good at telling us about their telemetry. They had a wicked antenna. My heart goes out to McGill. They were so close to launching multiple times, and I think it's a reminder to how challenging these events are for the students. And York U came close too. So definitely want to give them a mention. Ontario Tech, yep.
So it sounds like Bishop Strong is having troubles. The rear button just fell off.
Oh, sounds like the rear button fell off of the Bishop's rocket, so we're gonna try and get some views of that. Yeah, we have a couple. Yeah, you can take a look, just don't touch anything. Yeah, should be. So yeah, so that's the solids pad view. We also have a drone shot and also a tracking shot, and then I think one of the others is a panel view as well. Yeah, so hopefully they can work out the kinks. We got a couple of the teams coming out here to watch the launch as well. I see that we have UStar, University of Alberta. They're repping some very pretty MDA hats, which we love to see. Some other teams too. I don't see them wearing any gear, speaking of Toronto teams, Mars was here earlier. They had a pretty good flight as well. Hope they get their L1 cert as well. I'm definitely going to miss some for naming, but definitely shout out to Sherbrooke. They had a good flight too. Laval as well. ATS. So for those of you just tuning in, this is Bishop Strong. They're looking to launch here as the high school team. And the rear button just fell off, so they're working out some final integration there. There are some light winds coming in. Can see some cumulus clouds in the distance. Looks like they might be coming back here to base camp to sort out some more kinks. So sounds like they were lifting the rocket a little bit too high, and they popped the button off when they're loading it onto the rail. So they're gonna try and sort that out. Looks like the drone is returning to base. Not sure if we're showing that right now. And looks like another happy landing. There we go. Let's see. Gonna look up some more fun Canadian facts for you folks out there. Just bear with us. For whatever reason. Oh, some chatter on the radio. Unfortunately, it sounds like the Bishop Strong High School is going to scrub. Listening in to LCO, bear with us.
It's a minimum diameter rocket, and the rail button came off, so it's not easy.
Got word from LCO that we're looking at a scrub here, folks. Sounds like the rail button fell off when it was put on the rail, so
It's a minimum diameter rocket, so
it's a minimum diameter rocket, so it's very challenging to put it on, but they have less than 5 minutes to do it, so it's not an easy fix, folks. So, some fun facts for you folks at home who might not be fully aware of it, but gonna do some Canada trivia here for you. Canada is the second largest country in the world. Wow. Who would have known? Canada has one of the longest highways in the road with the Trans-Canada. That checks out. Okay, just wanted to clarify 5 minutes wise. It's not that they have 5 minutes to do it. It's that like they're scrubbing here, so they're not gonna go. And you and it's not like you can. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. The 5 minute epoxy is not something that they can use for that. So they would have to use longer duration epoxy for that. A scrub pretty much means that the launch is no longer happening. Some more fun facts for you from Canada. Canada is a bilingual country, speaking le français and English. Churchill, Manitoba is the polar capital of the world. That's one that I actually didn't know, but that's quite interesting. Canada crosses 6 time zones. Yes, it's cancelled. Launch is not happening for Bishops, unfortunately. We'll keep you posted if we get any other updates. Quite unfortunate. High school team definitely had everyone's hopes up, including myself and all the volunteers. Canada also has the longest coastline of any country, which is quite interesting because we do have quite a few islands in the Arctic. And to address your comment there, Ayla, yeah, it's not looking good. They have scrubbed for the day, and it is the last day of launches, so it does not look like Bishops is going to launch at this event. So hopefully they can bring it back next year and improve their design. I'm sure they've learned lots of lessons here, lots of good learning opportunities.
Rose is gonna come do the live stream next year. Please, we'd love to do a bilingual live stream.
Oh wait, sorry. Oh yeah, yes. Please come on down to Launch Canada. We would love to have a bilingual live stream. Mon français ce n'est pas parfait, mais je sais quelque temps ici et là-bas. J'ai fait les études maternelles jusqu'à 10e année et puis j'ai besoin de pratiquer mon français. I need to practice my French a little bit more prior to having it work so well. But sounds like Brendan is sick of my shenanigans, so no, he's happy to have me on, and we're both happy to have all you viewers at home listening and watching in.
I would never kick you off a live stream, Nico. Yeah, what you see in front of me is the rocket that I just flew, so that was my certification flight. That's fun. I was probably on here earlier.
Did you know that our national summer sport is lacrosse?
Yes, I actually did know that. I was telling people in Germany that because they didn't believe me.
Interesting. Have you ever played lacrosse?
Yes, it's actually really fun.
It is fun.
Yeah.
It's lots of slashing though. It's like
Oh yeah,
like I
gotta have
think of-
slash guards.
Oh yeah, like it's quite a violent sport, you know.
It's fine.
But yeah, I mean, hockey's. I think hockey is a good balance personally, but it's actually not bad.
What's actually not bad?
I
Our
think-
live stream? No.
I can't tell. I don't know if they're talking about the live stream or lacrosse, but or if they're talking about your rocket. Because honestly,
know.
it's pretty good. It went straight
Yeah.
up and straight down.
Yeah.
You know, quick recovery.
Yeah, no, I just literally walked down the road. I did not want to climb a tree, and I did not need to. So, yeah. Anyways, also, yeah, Rose, please join the live streaming team. Simon was literally talking a couple days ago about how great it would be to have you on, and he was going to ask you anyways.
Oui, nous besoin des Français.
Oh, your French is not bad, Nico.
Oh, merci.
Rose wants to be on the live stream, Simon.
Ouais.
Bilingual stream next year.
I know. I
Merci beaucoup, Rajan, et merci beaucoup,
Sorry.
Rose.
Nope.
Et
Where did the other headset go?
je ne sais pas. Non, c'est là-bas.
No, it's supposed to. Is it under your rug?
It's actually pretty fun. My one roommate is originally from Sherbrooke. Oh, I was using it for the ukulele earlier. I apologize.
Oh my god.
I like totally forgot that it was on my lap.
Hopefully the rocket doesn't smell too bad, Nico.
Oh, hopefully not.
But yeah.
You know, it's weird. It's like when I went to Spaceport, you remember, I almost like passed out like in the heat.
Oh yeah, I remember I had to bring you inside.
Yeah.
Multiple times, Nico.
Yeah. You know, as someone from Edmonton who has experienced -50, you know, +50 it's a different animal.
Yep.
Love the live stream. Hope Adam supports you next week. He will not. He will not if we don't get 1,000 subscribers. We need you all to like and subscribe.
Lee,
Please.
to be absolutely clear, Adam has been nothing but supportive of us. We're very thankful for him, and I'm sure that we'll, you know, if we can make the time to come out here next year, then we will be back. But
yes. No, we love Adam. Adam supports us.
Yes.
And, it goes a long way.
Yeah, exactly.
So, no slander there. All in good fun.
You're
I'm
going?
bilingual, but the language are metric and imperial.
We're gonna sign this on the live stream.
Have to practice. Yes.
Where do you want me to sign it?
Yes, Aaron.
Literally anywhere?
Tu as besoin d'aide avec ton français.
Aaron, keep that Duolingo streak up.
Yes.
Simon, hast du eine Unterschrift?
Ich habe tatsächlich eine Unterschrift. Sehr schön.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Dos cervezas, por favor.
How okay was that?
That was legit. I'm impressed.
There you go. All right, look at this. We're here at Launch Canada, and you know you made it when you're signing autographs at a booth.
So it sounds like, barring a miracle, BSS is unfortunately not going to launch.
Team Rocket.
Everything that we have heard points
catch
to
them
the
all,
fact
man.
that they have scrubbed for the
Level 1
day.
cert?
But don't catch that rocket.
It sounds like one of their rail buttons,
Nice.
so the
Give her, bud.
component that connects
yeah,
the rocket to the launch rail broke off, and because of the nature of their rocket, it's not going to be feasible for them to get another one attached in time. Oh, we need to sign on Aaron's behalf.
Oh,
somebody track down Zach.
I don't forge signatures, but
Well, we can put his name down.
Maybe someone off camera can help with that.
I'll go track him down.
Cool.
You can see the northern lights from Canada.
Yes, you can.
I'm bilingual, but the languages are metric and imperial.
Was that Aaron? I thought that was
Thank you, Aaron.
Yes, thank you. That was good.
Oh yeah, what were we talking about before?
Canada is the world's largest producer of maple syrup.
Finland's pretty up there too,
Really?
and they still don't have any maple syrup in Germany. Germany really needs to step up their maple syrup game. Like, the fact that I've met people that have never had maple syrup in their lives, yet they're from countries that are famous for waffles, is very,
It's kind of funny actually.
Very disappointing.
You should open up Beaver Tails there. See
Beaver Tails in
see
Germany.
if you see if you get any. Oh no, you just unplugged. Oh no, that's your laptop. We're good.
Yeah, no. I didn't just unplug your mic. It's okay.
Poutine is a
Yes.
Canadian comfort food. I don't know. The maple leaf is a symbol of Canada.
Thanks, Nico.
No problem. The name Canada has indigenous roots.
We still have 29 viewers.
Canada is home to the world's most northern settlement, and that's Alert, which is kind of funny because it's like you know, you don't want to go any further north because it's like, you know, alert yourself, you know, be wary of the cold. Is there anyone tuning in from Alert? I'm curious. And yeah, it's cold. Did you know that Canada is home to more lakes than any other country in the world, Simon?
I did know that, in fact. We have the largest freshwater reserves in the world.
Did you know that the telephone was invented in Canada?
Kind of.
Kind of. Alexander Graham Bell, a Scottish-born inventor living in Canada. There's actually a Alexander Graham Bell museum in Nova Scotia.
Yep.
Cape Breton, yeah.
He also had some really concerning views about deafness.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Thought it was a moral failing.
9 out of 10 Canadians live in the U.S.-Canada border region.
Yep.
90%.
Do you know what the only major city outside of the U.S.-Canada border region is?
The only city or the only large city?
The only major city.
Edmonton.
That's correct.
Yes.
Technically, Calgary just falls within it.
Interesting. So, like, you're talking about like 10% of the country living further north than 160 kilometers from that border.
I mean, it doesn't really have anything to do with latitude, right? You have to think that like the horn of Maine and the sort of northeast of the U.S. also juts up a little bit.
Alaska as well.
So,
not that there's.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, the beaver is Canada's national animal.
It is indeed.
That'll give them something to chew on.
Oh, I wish we had the. Oh well.
The coldest ever record temperature in Canada is negative 63 degrees Celsius.
I feel like that's a lie. I feel like there's got to be something that's colder.
I feel like you can put a thermometer in the freezer, you know?
Well, no, but I also
yeah,
feel like there must have been
externally.
colder temperatures recorded.
Yeah.
We're going to start tearing down. Before we do that, do you want to print out a face of Adam?
Did you know that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people?
That tracks.
One regular lunch here for Timo.
Yep. I'll see why not.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised, but.
I'll get my stuff out of here first, and then I can start cleaning up the rest.
Okay, reading some more fun facts for you folks. The largest piece of fossilized dinosaur excrement was discovered. Discovered is over 30 centimeters long and over 2 liters in volume. Believed to be a Tyrannosaurus rex turd. The fossilized dung, also named coprolite, is helping scientists better understand what the dinosaur ate. That is a lot to digest. Wind's starting to pick up here too. Alright, question for you folks in the chat. Is water wet? Is it? Is water wet? Looking to get the chat active. We should make a poll. I'm gonna go make a poll. And we will see if the brain rot can make its way to you folks at home. Yeah, no problem, Eddie. It was definitely a privilege to see UTAC go supersonic. Rose says water is not wet. Brendan, is water wet?
I mean, it depends on what you say wet is, but like, I guess I would counter question is like, if I like pour a whole bunch of like pure ethanol into something, is it wet? What do you say, Nico? If I pour a bunch of 100% ethanol, there's 0% water in it, onto something, is it wet?
I'm gonna look up the definition for wet, because I don't want to... So, the Oxford Languages on Google says wet is covered or saturated with water or another liquid. So, by that definition, if you're saying that is like the ethanol is like surrounded and covered, then yes, I would say it's wet. You know.
So that means that if the water has anything else in it that is a liquid, so if there's any other liquid dissolved in the water is wet. By definition, because I mean it's wetted with another liquid. And if it's 100% pure water, the water is wetted with the water.
In theory,
molecule
but
has the water around it, and it's linked with the hydrogen bond.
But can water wet itself?
Yes.
It can?
Yeah, why not? It's wetted by water.
Okay.
Or another liquid. If it can be wetted by another liquid, it can be wetted by water.
Okay. It's an interesting argument. For the sake of devil. I always forget. Is it devil's advocate? Devil. I always forget if it's devil or double.
Devil or what?
Devil's advocate.
What did you think it was?
Double advocate?
Double advocate. I mean, we could start saying that.
That's what I mean. Like, it's like, you know, you're advocating for the other side.
Double advocate.
Yeah. So you heard it here, folks. Brendan claims water is wet. Rose claims that it is not. So, you know, if we're talking, there's a second informal British description. It says showing a lack of forcefulness or strength of character, feeble.
Interesting.
So, you know, I don't think water can really, you know, I don't think it can show forcefulness. Well, I mean, if you like throw a water bottle at someone, you know.
I mean, water drowns people all the time. Doesn't it take some force to drown people?
That's true. That's true. So in that definition, it is not wet.
Google says water is not wet. I mean, is it like the AI feature on Google, or is it?
No. There's multiple descriptions of wet, so we're kind of going through it. So
The printer turned on.
I don't know if the printer's turned on. Doesn't look like it.
Oh no. Okay. There you go.
Google says water is not wet. Well, okay. Rose, let's look it up. Okay, Google, is water wet? So we're back here at not water radio. We're on rocket radio here at Launch Canada because it is getting hot. So there is no one but Brendan's rocket sitting on there on the table and my water bottle, which is starting to boil. But looking up, is water wet? Google says most scientists define wetness as liquid's ability to maintain contact with a solid surface, meaning that water itself is not wet, but can make other sensation. Okay, then question, can ice be wet then, Rose? Would you agree with that? Let's leave it to Google.
If ice can be wet, then water can be wet, because ice is water.
Although ice is water... Sorry, some chatter on the radio. So, just checking in with, was it UTAT or UBC that they said, Brendan?
I did not hear it. I mean, UTAT's already launched, so that might be a recovery thing.
Yeah.
If they said UTAT.
Sounds like UTAT's still looking for their rocket, but we did hear some chatter over the radio, and we'll keep you updated. Although ice is water in a solid state. In pure ice, that is, ice is below 0 degrees. All the water, provided pure, will be in solid form. Hence, water will not be moistened, covered, or soaked in any liquid. Thus, ice is not wet, and neither is water, according to Google. Do you agree with that, Brendan?
I think if you put a bunch of it's windy today.
Unable to recover and are walking back to the
Very windy today here, folks. And Nico just finally gave me a mic. So, oh my god. Gotta hold the tent down. This is some real dust getting kicked up here.
All of us can pull it down. I'll let them know once they return. Over. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, like the average person, though, if you put a bunch of water on top of ice, they would call it wet because it's on the ground and the ground is ice.
Okay. Shall we move on to the salad and sandwich debate?
Salad and sandwich debate. What's this one? I haven't heard this one.
You haven't heard this one? So there's an argument to be made that anything and everything is either a sandwich or a salad.
Like what? Give me an example.
So, like, okay, maybe a good example of this is the sea can right here. It's a sandwich because it's layered between the top deck and the ground, whereas a salad would maybe be like the forest floor over there is a salad because everything is just bunched up together.
What about like a rock?
A rock?
Yeah, is a rock a salad or is a rock like a sandwich?
So I see a rock being a bit of a sandwich because you have the air surrounding it, and then the rock, and then the ground, layering it together. But people might say otherwise.
I mean, there's not if the rock is spherical, How could the air be on both sides when the sphere only has one surface?
That's a good point. And I mean, with solid too, you know, you have, but I feel like you need multiple components for that. But if we have any geologists, you know, in the room or online, maybe they can comment to it. But I understand that rock has multiple formations depending on what rock it is.
I could see a metamorphic rock being a sandwich. That's easy. That's easily acceptable. You know, you have a couple of rocks that are pressed together and like the cool mixed rocks in between. But
That's true.
If you want to grab lunch, I can hop on.
Okay, quick question for you, Simon, if you want to hop on. This is a very serious question for Simon. Is a rock a sandwich or a salad?
Is a rock a sandwich or a salad? I think it depends on the type of rock.
There you go.
Right? I would suggest that a sedimentary rock is probably a salad.
Oh, there we go. I think Brendan thought that it was a sandwich. The sedimentary rock?
oh no, I said a metamorphic rock is a sandwich.
Oh, metamorphic.
Yeah, metamorphic
okay.
rock is definitely a sandwich.
There you go. Okay. A rocket. Is it a sandwich or is it a salad?
I think it's a burrito.
It's a burrito. That's a new one. And a burrito is a form of sandwich.
That doesn't conform to the box theory of food.
Okay.
A burrito is its own separate thing.
You've been skipped, boy. You guys jumped ahead of me. I was trying to collect autographs. Yeah. That's okay, it gives me more time for lunch.
There you go. So I'm not sure if you folks can hear in the background, but Zach, our advanced pads manager, is that his title?
He is pretty much everything. If you have a problem, call Zach.
Yes. Yeah.
Except don't. That man needs his peace now.
Yes. Zach is launching his own certification flight, and he's getting everyone to sign it, and he's named it Team Rocket. That of course is a reference to Yu-Gi-Oh! Waiting to get cancelled in the chats because we know that that's Pokemon, but Digimon, that's a reference in itself. It's funny because I think Digimon actually was a thing before Pokemon. It's kind of like Pepsi to the Coke, or like.
I guess I'm gonna have to get back up there and do tracking shots for these guys, aren't I?
I can switch out if you want.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. I like food though, so I might go get some food.
Yeah, you should go get some food.
Okay, folks, this is Nico Cooper signing off from Rocket Radio. Now passing it on to the Simon Hour. So passing it off to your boy, the man, the goody two-shoe Gala. We have Simon Gala for you. Enjoy.
Hello, folks. This is Simon speaking. And welcome to the NPR Radio Hour.
Rocket Radio.
Well, that was aggressive. So we've got a whole whack ton of certification launches going right up to the bitter end. Hi, Alex. Sounds like there's way too many cursed designs to even go through them all, but some of them are kit rockets, others are scratch built. All of them terrify me slightly. But also, my rocket yesterday terrified me, so, and it flew. Yes, I do believe Mathieu has a rocket. It sounds like it's going up to 30-something, or 33,000 something feet. So I hope his electronics work, because I don't know that he's getting it back otherwise. I think he's got one of the Mustang rockets that we've been seeing the Metagamy folks fly, and Science Timmins folks, if I'm not mistaken. Assembled it himself, of course, as any certification flight must. And yeah, if it goes as much as we expect it to go, it's gonna go. Otherwise, I mean, it might not look much different on screen, but behind us here in Tent City, there has been a concerted effort to tear down as much of the site as possible. So we are very much on skeleton crew at the moment. Ooh, and the wind is picking up. Matier's rockets are known to land on cars. I'll let Nico know to protect the Mach E that he has rented for the week. If we talk to him, I'll make sure to check in on him. Make sure that he's not trying to land on a car again. Okay, I'm back. I had to go warn all of the others that Matier's rockets were going to land on cars. It's a dangerous thing, you know.
Hey Chris, can you ask Peter if he has a wrench box for taking down the pad? No, the box for all the tools to take down the pad. Like there's a toolbox. The large solid pad. It was not in Jeff's truck.
Ooh, you know what I can try now that we have we have one of the PA microphones. We might be able to get you the LCO radio piped into the stream. Unfortunately, that was not possible with Do you want to try seeing if we can get this piped in? I don't know how to add an audio device.
It should just be. See? Add another mic. Just go to the stream, add a audio input. Plus on sources. Audio. Add a new one. Device. Microphone is going to be the jack. I don't know which one that is. Are you on the mic? Yes, you are.
Discord recognizes it. See? High definition audio device. No.
That one. Yeah, microphone.
There we go. Oh, that was on LC mainstream. Damn. Okay, I'm going to do it here as well. Why are you not appearing? Ooh, that looks like it has some sort of background noise. Is that annoying to you guys, or is that... I'm sorry, I can't hear what's going on the stream, so... If there's too much background static or something like that, please let me know. Whoa. Okay, what is going on there? Okay, perfect. I like that. Good answer, Alex. We shouldn't be hearing anything at the moment, but I've just plugged you guys into the launch control radio. So when Chris goes to call out the next certification launches, then you should be able to hear what he is saying. We've only been able to integrate this feature now because the other pads are closing, and so we didn't have enough radios for us to grab one that had an aux jack on it and pipe it in, because they were necessary for all of the public address announcers. So yeah, hopefully when Chris calls out the 10 count, then we'll be able to hear it now. Okay, here we go, folks. We're getting some cert rockets. Sorry? Yeah. Let me know if you hear the LCO radio when they go on the PA.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I waited.
Is that UBC Hotfire?
They're still going? Oh, okay. I guess UBC attempted a hot fire, and they're currently safing the engine.
They attempted again?
I guess so, yeah. Based on the fact that they said attempted and not successfully attempted, I'm gonna guess no, but I'm not sure. So the igniter failed again. UBC is back to doing igniter testing. So listen up here. Let me know if you can hear what the LCO is saying.
We have a full rack on pad B. Pad 2, we have Frederick Provost with flying in DMS J270 white. It's white and copper, white and copper colored bird. Expected altitude 4,200 feet. And again, this is pad 2. Bank is armed. Pad 2 has visibility. Looking up.
We got LCO audio. Nice.
One cloud covering the sun, but more than 50% blue sky.
Winds are nominal. Skies are virtually clear and no traffic in the sky. So, countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Beautiful straight boost. No tracking smoke. Oh, there we go. Tracking smoke. Just tipping over. We should... Oh, there we go. I thought I saw an apogee event. Oh, there we go. Apogee event. Don't have eyes on the bird. Does somebody have eyes on the bird? That whistle sounded like it came in ballistic. Do you have tracking on the bird? Ballistic zone.
Well, rip. Sounds like that rocket hit the ground at speed.
3. Trying to shoulder the mic out of the wind. We have Zachary Gregory from Carleton with the rocket name Silly Fella. This is going to be flying on an H-125. Expected altitude is just shy of 1,000 feet. This is a Tier A L1 certification flight. So again, a Triple E certification flight. And this is on pad 3. So we have the pad is hot, bank B, pad 3 continuity. Looking up, skies are
Sounds
clear.
like Fred's
Winds are
rocket came
nominal.
in ballistic, by the way.
Tier A certification flight. Zachary Gregory with Silly Fella. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Smoke and fire. Slow off the rail and a hell of a weathercock. And come on. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Oh! Oh, it looks like something fell off the rocket. But we do have a
Rip to Zach's rocket. The drogue or it weathercocked hard off the rail and went nearly ballistic. Its parachute deployed, but the fins and the body ripped off of it. So he'll be able to get the parachute and maybe his god-awful nose cone back, but
hopefully
that's about it.
was a successful L1 certification. Best of luck. RP Pad 4, we have Matthew with the rocket Swagtron. This is a car level 2 certification, certification electronics certification attempt.
Okay, watch out for your cars, everybody.
Main black powder at apogee, cable cutter at 400 feet. So suicide deployment. Okay, we have continuity on pad 4. Estimated altitude is 2,800 feet. Looking up, skies are clear, winds are nominal. Matthew with Swagtron. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Good burn. Weather clock off the rail.
We currently have a bird violating our NOTAM.
I see something floating up there. Right in front, right in front.
Sounds like we've got a drogue.
Right in front, under drogue.
Oh yeah, here it comes. This is coming down fast, but way, oh, that was quite the pop, and
Nice descent. And right here, right over there. Excellent.
he missed all of the cars. Mathieu managed to miss all of the cars.
Electronic certification endorsement. Okay, range is cold.
Well, now it's time to re-rack. You headed out?
Alright, how many other rockets do we have? There is more coming. You ready? Okay, let's go. You ready? Yeah, once you get your rocket check, let's go.
It's zip tie confetti.
Do I have to do a ceremony? I got my class. It's okay to go down to the
Well, I think we will have to see that god-awful wooden nose cone of Zach's again. And yes, I am saying this live on the live stream. So we've got this salvo here, and then we've got one more salvo probably after that, if time allows.
Oh, I should get my food. That's what I should get.
Yes, arborist left.
Yeah, Fred has flown already. He went very ballistic. We heard a nice whistling sound as it came back and hit the ground.
Oh yeah, you are.
he overstable?
Did you see how he weathercocked off the rail?
Yeah, it's a pretty good big gust too, though. But yeah, that is also why you typically will have your
Yes. So it looks like we have some results in our poll from earlier. Looks like we are at 63% of folks believe that water is wet. And Simon just ended the poll. Ended the nonsense.
27 votes. Not bad.
There we go.
It's almost everyone watching, isn't it?
People are very vocal about their water and how wet it is or isn't, which is good. Oh, looks like we're at 581 subscribers. We're a little short of our goal of 1,000 subscribers. So
We're gonna get there. Don't worry. We won't need to send you off with Adam.
I hope not. Adam has said before, and I'll probably say it again, that he will do unspeakable things to us if we do not reach 1,000 subscribers.
Plus 230 in the last month.
Nice.
Nico will be sent off into the woods to fend for himself.
Yes.
This is a joke. Adam's very nice.
Yes, we love Adam.
Average view duration 15 minutes. You mean people aren't?
I wish I was invited. We'll invite you next time. Oh, is that the...
That's on one of the days. I don't know exactly.
Okay. Sorry folks, we're looking at the metrics. Speaking of metrics, Simon, can you tell us about the imperial system?
No.
Alright, there you go. You heard it here, folks. 27 viewers. Oh.
I'm amazed that the 27 of you are willing to stick around and listen to us while cert rockets may or may not go off. Kudos to you.
Yes. We the ones chosen.
How dare you not give us your complete and undivided attention, Alex? Well, here comes the folks back from the SERP rails, so we should see some more launches momentarily. You guys ready?
You guys want to come on stream during the launch? You guys want to come on stream during the launch? Oh, we lost the launch.
Yeah.
Watch it on stream?
No.
Actually, like go to the other side of the site, put in some headphones, and then watch it on the stream instead.
With a 30-second delay.
Yeah. You'll feel it go.
Oh wait, do we have... Oh, I need to add.
I don't have any electronics.
Well, that won't help you find it, but something.
Oh, where is that?
Where did it go? Do we have... There we go. He must run away.
We're waiting on launches or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
We have 3 rails on bank B, and we have a full rack again. This is Team Launch Canada, Zachary Harrison, our static pad manager, with the name Team Rocket. And the reason why is it is a Launch Canada rocket that was given, well, actually no, earned by him, duly earned for all of his hard work. So, red body, white nose. This is a TRA L1 certification attempt. And we're flying on H143 with 11-second delay. Estimated 2,000 feet. Pad is hot. Pad B, we have continuity. Pad 2 has continuity. Looking up, skies are clear, winds are nominal. Zach Harrison with Team Rocket. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Nice clean burn. Nice tracking smoke. Tipping over, should be apogee soon. And tipping over. Now, so we have a vent, but we also have a little bit of free fall. Thankfully a flutter. So it looks like a fin can is an uncontrolled descent, and the nose cone is going for a nice bit of a parachute ride. I'm going to continue operations because that nose cone is going to be up there for a while. Second descent. Okay, moving to Bank B, Pad 3. Antoine Boulet, rocket named Turbo, flying on H125. Expected altitude 350 meters. And this is a TRA L1 configuration. Okay, Pad 3, we have continuity. Looking up, skies are clear. Wind is nominal. one brûlé with turbo. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. We have smoke and fire. Tipping over, nice tracking smoke. We should be get up, so we're coming down now. And, oh, we have a deployment. Excellent. There is something that is left behind. Something flew off your rocket there. This one is heading east at a significant rate of speed. This was what would be considered a nominal flight, so congratulations, and hopefully it lands safely for a successful level 1 certification. Well, Pad 4, Page Renison. We have the Paginator. Estimated altitude 461 meters. Pink and white rocket flying an H-125. This is a level 1 TRA certification attempt. On Pad 4, continuity. Looking up, skies are clear. Winds are nominal. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Smoke and fire. Tipping over and descending. Oh, there we go. Excellent. We have a deployment, and that looks like it's going to be a nominal flight. So hopefully it has a soft landing and you can get your TRA L1 certification just into the forest to the west of us. Okay, great flights and pad is full.
Thanks for the compliment, Johanna, if you're still watching. We had a lot of fun with it. Hopefully we're back to bigger and better things next year. And yeah, we've got a couple more launches, and I think that these might be the last 2 launches of Launch Canada 2024. And yes, Turbo Tizzy has a rocket named Turbo. Ironically, he was trying to name it Turbo Tizzy. He just forgot the Tizzy.
You're unmuted now.
I'm unmuted. Cool. Hi everybody. This is Cooper Millman. I'm with right now I'm with Muck. We just last night had our first successful hot fire test, and it was beautiful. Just wanted to come by and report on that. We've had a total of 7 attempts at a hot fire test, and last night, Baruch Hashem, we got the first successful one. This thing was amazing. If you guys had cameras, you guys did have.
I don't know if we got the drone on it. We certainly try.
What is this a view of this right over here?
This is the tracking camera. So Chris is just standing in front of it right now.
Well, get him out of the way. Where is that?
Yeah, so that's the L1 pads. We've got what looks to be
that
2
here?
on the pad.
Huh.
Right now, they're coming back.
Nice.
So
Anyway, yeah, just wanted to let you all know we have had a great success yesterday, and it's been an honor. Thanks.
Okay, I need the shade back.
So what's happening now?
It's an L1
Yeah.
sir.
So we've got
There's a few.
there's two on the it looks like 2 on the rails right now. Okay. So correction, we have a sport launch and an L1 cert launch. Is Johan going for what, L1 and L2 with this flight?
Like 89.90.
No! It didn't need to overheat turp. And yeah, overheated just sitting there.
That's why you needed to paint your rocket.
All right. Johan, are you going for an L1 and L2 cert with this rocket?
No, just L1.
Just L1?
Just L1 at Launch Canada this year.
Okay.
Hopefully L2 in the future.
All right. So yeah, we have Johan Liu here with his L1 cert attempt. So we will be going off soon.
Et Nathalie, merci pour les beaux mots. Oui, on veut essayer de faire ça plus bilingue la prochaine année, mais ouais. Et oui, on va faire une bonne cérémonie de clôture. On va être live là aussi, donc si tu veux regarder ça, c'est aussi possible.
So we will have our sport rocket and an L1 cert attempt going off very soon.
On pad 3, sorry, pad D, yes, pad D, pad 3. We have Winta with the rocket third time's the charm. And it is an orange, yellow, and brown rocket flying on a J270 TRA L2 attempt. And so we have pad is armed. This is in pad 3 continuity. Looking up, guys are clear. Winds are nominal. Winta with third time's the charm. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. See smoke? Straight up. We're talking 4,000 feet. And shoots out at apogee. Under drogue to the southwest. Behind a tree from our vantage point, just on the backside of the hill to the east of the launch pad. Winta, congratulations on what looks like a phenomenal flight. We have Yuhan Liu from Carleton, in space, TRA L1 certification attempt, no rocket name, but it's flying on an I-285, Pro 38, 4 grain. estimated altitude of 1850, and it is on pad 4. We have continuity on pad 4. It also has a really nice hemispheric nose cone with a GoPro in the nose, so we should get some great video of this as well.
It's a dead GoPro.
It's dead GoPro. We get this one on the rail a little earlier next time. I'll wait to send you until this wind drops just a little bit.
Yes, the dome rocket indeed. The overheated dead GoPro rocket.
So this is Yuhan with the unknown rocket name. Looking up. Skies are clear.
Skies clear, wind is nominal.
Wind is nominal. Countdown in 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition. Smoke and fire. Nice apogee, right? Nice deployment right at apogee. We have a successful chute deployment. Nice red chute.
Oh no, it's coming from my shells.
So, yep, so Yuhan's rocket deployed parachute successfully and is drifting very, very, very far off to the left back towards the highway. So it will be a little bit of a hike to get, but he's got a featherweight tracker in there, so it should be no problem to find.
Bad time to pick up. This one's going through a little bit of a ride.
It's 2,000 feet away still. Oh, come on. Come on, really?
These are the ones.
Yuhan is complaining because he now has to go for a walk.
Wow, that's really far away now.
Right? Is there anyone else on the flight line prepping rockets? Congratulations on what looks like a successful L1 certification flight. Hope you have a soft landing and you're able to collect the bird. And with that, I think we are suspending operations, launch operations for Launch Canada 2024.
Well, folks, this may be the last time you hear from us.
We're going to have to start tearing things down, and extra hands to help out with the teardown would be appreciated. It's been a great week. So thanks to everybody involved.
So yeah, this might be the last time you hear from us. If you don't see us at the closing ceremonies, then you know Adam has made good on his promises. Until then, it's been a pleasure, and we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys around.
Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in.
Goodbye, everyone. Thanks so much for tuning in.